Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Biscayne Park Commission meeting, Tuesday, June 1st. Today, we will have, what do we have? Roll call. So we'll have a roll call first. Roseanne, the roll call?
Okay. Can you hear me okay? Yes. Vice Mayor Art Gonzalez,
Here.
Commissioner Judy Hammerberg, Commissioner McDonald Kennedy,
I'm here.
Commissioner Dan Samaria,
Yeah.
Mayor Hoff is absent today. Pledge of allegiance, please, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
All right. So additions, deletions, and withdrawals to the agenda. Do you have any?
I don't have any.
There is an addition of 5G, a proclamation for Biscayne Park.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Roseanne, that wasn't on the original agenda.
The agenda has been corrected and the 5G is there, Commissioner Judy.
Art, if I may, if we have time at the end, I'd like to add a discussion about the start time for our commission meetings, but it can wait until the end. I know we have a bunch of things we need to get through. It's something I'd like to talk about if we have time.
Sure. Sounds good. Okay. Next, we have Vice Mayor announcement. Oh, this is exciting. You have no idea. All right, so what's the Vice Mayor announcement procedure here, Mr. Manager?
The clerk or the attorney can forward this. I can add, do you want to move it?
Second that.
We don't need a motion, but it's just to nominate. At the regular commission meeting of December 4th, 2020, Commissioner Art Gonzalez was nominated Vice Mayor for the period of 6 months from December 1st, 2020 to May 2021, I'm sorry. Vice Mayor Art Gonzalez's term has been complete and Commissioner Judy Hammerberg is the next in line for the position according to the village charter. And historically, the Vice Mayor selection has been in alphabetical order. Village Clerk respectfully requests that Commissioner Judy Hammerberg be nominated for the office of the Vice Mayor from June 1st, November 1st, 2021.
That deserves a hoorah.
So Vice Mayor Judy Hammerberg take over the
Okay.
presiding
All right,
officer.
first order of business to the Sorry about that. First order of business, I believe, is the 2020 audit presentation from our auditors. Are they here?
Yes.
Yes, good evening. Should I go ahead and get started?
Yeah,
Okay,
just
excellent, excellent. Okay. Well, good evening.
louder.
Honorable, yes, can you hear me okay? Can you hear me? Yes, okay, wonderful, okay. Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Village Manager, members of the commission. My name is Andrew Fierman, and I'm a partner with Caballero, Fierman, Irena, and Garcia. I am the quality control partner on the audit. I'm here tonight to provide a brief presentation on your basic financial statements for the fiscal year of September 30th, 2020. Just going to go through and point out a few things. The first thing that I'd like to point out within the document is on page 1, and it's the beginning of the financial section. That's the independent auditor's report. It's broken up into various sections. I'm going to talk about a few of the sections and paraphrase a few things. The first section talks about what we've audited. It states, We have audited the accompanying financial statements of the Village of Biscayne Park as of and for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2020. The second section gets into management's responsibility for the financial statements. That states, management is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of these financial statements. The third section gets into our responsibility as auditors, as well as under what standards we performed our audit. That states, our responsibility is to express opinions on these financial statements based on our audit. We conducted our audit in accordance with auditing standards generally accepted in the United States of America and government auditing standards. The last section I'm going to point out is the opinion section. It's the most important section. That states, in our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the village as of September 30th, 2020. Now that's an unmodified or a clean opinion, and that's of course the only opinion that you want on your financial statement. So clean opinion on the financial statement. The next item I'd like to point out is actually on pages 3 through 11. Begins on page 3. That's the management's discussion analysis. And if nobody reads anything else in this document, you should read this. It's obviously a rather large document, the basic financial statements with all the reports and everything. And this is about 7 or 8 pages, and it provides an excellent overview. It talks about the village. It talks about the year. It compares current year to prior year. It provides explanations for those changes year over year. And it's written from management's perspective. So it gives an excellent overview, excellent executive summary of what's in here. So highly recommend reading through, reading through these pages. The next section within the document is the basic financial statements, and that begins on page 12. And that runs from pages 12 through 20. And this includes the village's financial statements, basically the government-wide statement of net position and statement of activities, which is the consolidation of all of the village's funds. And then the remainder of the financial statements are the fund financial statements for the individual funds. So it has all of that information within here. The only item that I'd like to point out within here is actually on page 14. And this is the balance sheet for your governmental funds. And I'd like to just focus on the general fund, which is the operating fund of the village. And you can see here at the end of the year, there was a total fund balances in the general fund at September 30th of 2020 of $1,535,000 approximately. And of that, $1,466,000 of it was unassigned. So that was what was in unassigned fund balance at year end, $1,466,000. That's in your general fund. Moving along within the document. So the next section is the notes to the financial statements, and that begins on page 21, and that runs from pages 21 through 43. And these are basically the required disclosures that talk about the village, as well as the numbers that are presented within the financial statements. So it kind of tells the whole story. The financial statements themselves should be read in conjunction with the notes. They're meant to be because it includes the additional narrative detail and includes additional details on the numbers, so you can get kind of drill down a little more within the notes for financial statements. And again, that runs from pages 21 through 43. Next, within the financial section, beginning on page 44, is the required supplementary information. This is information that's required to be included within your basic financial statements under the Governmental Accounting Standards Board's requirements. It includes information on budgetary comparison, as well as information on pensions. The one thing that I like to point out within here is on page 44, which is a budgetary comparison schedule for your general fund. Just wanted to point out within here that there is, it shows the original budget, shows the final amended budget. It compares that final amended budget to the actual results. So again, a lot of good information in here as well, a good high-level overview of where of how the village performed during the year. Finally, I'm going to move all the way into the last section of the document, which is the compliance section. That starts on page 55 and runs to page 61. And this includes the reports that are required under generally accepted government auditing standards, as well as the rules of the Auditor General of the state of Florida. And within here, we don't have any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses to report to you. There is one instance of noncompliance that is delineated and included within the document as well. And no other matters to discuss within the management letter in accordance with the rules of the Auditor General of the state of Florida. Finally, you were also received with the basic financial statements, communications to those charged with governance letters. So there's a separate letter that was attached. Those are standard communications that we're required to communicate to you as those charged with governance. It's required by our professional auditing standards. these are all standard communications, and you can, you're able to read through them. Two things that I wanted to point out within here is that we didn't encounter any significant difficulties in dealing with management in performing and completing our audit. There were no disagreements with management throughout the process. Overall, it was a smooth audit. We went through, we provided everything that we needed. We got all of our questions answered in order to be able to perform our procedures and in order to be able to render our opinion on the financial statements, to be here with you today to present our report. So we are very grateful to the village staff there, to the team, to the village for the opportunity to be able to be of service to the village. And again, very grateful for a smooth and successful audit once again this year. And with that, I'll leave it there, and just wanted to once again thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Any questions about this?
You want to ask a question, Mac?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Andrew, I don't see you on my screen now. You still there?
Yes, I'm here. There's a little feedback.
I don't know where that's coming from. Okay. Okay. Hey, Andrew, Matt Kennedy. I have a couple of really quick questions for you. I read through this in detail. It looks very thorough, and thank you for compiling all of this for us. It's nice for us to be current, Mario. I know that there have been times when we weren't as current, so this is nice to see. Very quickly, Exhibit A, and now, of course, I can't find the page number. It mentions the prior period. Is that fiscal 19? Is that the prior period that you're talking about?
That is correct.
It's regarding the CITT.
Yes, that's correct.
What page is that on?
That's actually Exhibit A is on page 3 of the Communications Sales Charges Governance Letter.
Okay. So it is fiscal 19 that we're talking about.
Yes, so that is a prior adjustment from fiscal year 2019 as well, exactly. So that's basically an adjustment to the opening. Yes.
Okay. On page 34, FRS, let me get to that.
Commissioner, if you can just bear with me for one moment, just so that we're having audio difficulties with the Zoom sound coming into the public. So just so that the audience that we have in-house is aware, the auditor answered the commissioner's question that yes, the financial information is in reference to years 2019 and 2020. This year starts October 1st, 2019, ending on September 30th, 2021.
Andrew, my other question is about the FRS on page 34. It's the employer versus the employee contributions, and this is for the retirement plan for our employees. Why are and maybe this isn't a question for you, maybe you're just reporting the information to us, but why is the contribution for the employer going up, but it's going down for employees? It seems to be that the village over time is contributing more than in relation to the employees.
Yeah, so that one in there, this information within here, that's all with the calculations and requirements with FRS. I would defer to FRS to go through that and see why the increase is in the employer contribution. I'm sorry, the increase in the employer contribution and that decrease in the employee contribution, because I see this year was 35,000.
Okay, so you're just reporting this as Mario, maybe when we talk about budgets here in a couple of months, we could get some more clarity on that, because I'm seeing a trend of us contributing more and more over time. I just don't want that to become a concern for us.
And the answer to the audience was that it came from the FRS, which is the Florida retirement system.
Okay, those are my two questions. Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you.
Okay. Next thing is the proclamation. Okay. Sorry. Next thing are the proclamations. And we are going to get Commissioner Samaria to read the first one.
Thank you. And oops, yes, I'm muted, good. And I would ask if it's possible, after I read the proclamation, if the commission would allow me to make a statement after, there'll be a brief statement on Memorial Day as a veteran. I had the opportunity to go to North Miami's ceremony, and I go there almost every year, especially since I've been a commission and before with the American Legion. They didn't allow anybody to speak, so I didn't get a chance, but I also want to share with the residents and the commission my thoughts on Memorial Day. So that'll be after this. It'll be brief and short. Proclamation Memorial Day, whereas on Monday, May 31st, 2021, in cities and towns throughout our nation, Americans joined together to honor the fallen heroes of our armed forces. And whereas in May of 1868, Major General John A. Logan called for a nationwide day of remembrance to pay tribute to those who gave their lives serving our country. And whereas more than 1.6 million veterans of the United States Armed Forces currently reside in Florida, and many reside in Biscayne Park. And whereas our men and women in uniform have sacrificed their lives to maintain the security of our great nation and the liberties we hold so dear. And whereas members of our armed forces continue to work towards peace and prosperity in the world. And whereas we must pledge to never forget the men and women of our armed forces who gave the unique sacrifice in defending our freedoms. We should express our gratitude to the families and fallen warriors. We must keep in faith with all those who have died for our country in the fight for permanent peace. We must honor an unwavering community to all members of the armed forces. Therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor, Virginia Harper, Mayor of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, joined by the entire commission to hereby proclaim Monday, May 31st, 2021 as Memorial Day in recognition of all those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in service to our nation. We ask all here present at this commission meeting to pause for a moment of silence in their memory. Dated this first day of June, 2021, the Village of Biscayne Park. Today, many people believe this weekend was about hanging out at the pool or the beach or going to cookouts and enjoying each other's company. Yesterday, in many ways, that is exactly what it has become. So many women and men and women gave up years of their lives to train and then protect this country. They sacrificed their youth, their bodies, and their minds. Their family gave up precious time with their loved ones. Parents lost sleep worrying about their sons and daughters. So many have sacrificed so much for this nation. I too have sacrificed for this nation. I've lost many friends and colleagues. All veterans have sacrificed something, but some have sacrificed everything. This past weekend, we gathered to enjoy our freedom because of their sacrifice. We can because they gave their lives for us. Today, we honor these Marines, Army, sailors, and airmen that gave up so much. We keep them and their families' sacrifice in our hearts because they unselfishly gave ours. We stand together right here and right now to remember them today, tomorrow, and always. This was sent to me, and I think it's profound for today. I want to share it with you. Memorial Day. It's not about politicians. It's not about the media. It's not about Hollywood. It's not about the athletes. It's for the fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, sons, and daughters. Another friend of mine sent me something that seems to be on a gravestone in a military ceremony. The words engraved are so powerful that it brought tears to my eyes as a veteran myself. The gravestone explains 3 Memorial Days and why we celebrate it. Armed Forces Day, for those still in uniform. Veterans Day, or for those who hung up their uniform. And Memorial Day is for those that never made it out of uniforms. May they rest in peace. Again, thank you, Madam Commissioner.
Thank you very much for that. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Proclamation, June 21st, June 2021, LGBTQ Pride Month. Whereas the Village of Biscayne Park cherishes the value and dignity of each person and appreciates the importance of equality and freedom, and everyone is welcome in Biscayne Park to live, work, and play, and every family deserves a place to call home where they are safe, happy, and supported by friends and neighbors. And whereas Biscayne Park denounces prejudices and unfair discrimination based on age, gender identity, gender expression, race, color, religion, marital status, national origin, sexual orientation, or physical attributes as an affront to our fundamental principles. And whereas Pride Month began in June 1969, on the 1-year anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising in New York City, after LGBTQ and allied friends rose up and fought against the constant police harassment and discriminatory laws that have since been declared unconstitutional. And whereas Biscayne Park appreciates the cultural, civic, and economic contributions of the LGBTQ community, which strengthen our social welfare nationwide, and our very own community, which includes many LGBTQ families and their children. And whereas it is imperative that young people in our community, regardless of sexual orientation and gender identity, feel valued, safe, and empowered by their neighbors and community leaders. And now therefore be it resolved that I, Virginia O'Halpin, Mayor of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, joined by the entire commission, do hereby proclaim June 2021 as LGBTQ Pride Month in Biscayne Park. We urge our own residents and friends in neighboring communities to actively promote the principles of equality, liberty, and justice by joining us at our 2nd annual Pride Parade on June 12th, 2021, dated this first day of June, 2021. Okay, we have a proclamation for Caribbean American Heritage Month. Whereas since 2006, the U.S. has celebrated National Caribbean American Heritage Month, which was first declared by President George W. Bush to recognize the significance of Caribbean people and their descendants in the history and culture of the United States. And whereas since its inception, the American dream has been shaped by Caribbean immigrants who contributed to the diversity that is our country's greatest strength and to our economy, including founding father Alexander Hamilton and Dr. William Thornton, who designed the US state capitol. And whereas Caribbean Americans protect our citizens as law enforcement officers and members of our military, they serve our communities as public officials and mentor our country's young people as educators. And through their tremendous athleticism and determination, Caribbean Americans have brought pride to the hearts of the American people as members of the US Olympics teams and by their accomplishments in the arts and sciences. And whereas Biscayne Park is home to many Caribbean American residents from countries that include Haiti, Puerto Rico, Cuba, the Dominican Republic, Jamaican, and others. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Virginia O'Halpern, Mayor of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, joined by the entire commission, do hereby proclaim June 2021 as Caribbean American Heritage Month in Biscayne Park. Next proclamation. In honor of and recognition of all fathers for Father's Day 2021. Whereas the third Sunday in June has for many years been observed as Father's Day. Whereas in 1966, the President of the United States of America, Lyndon B. Johnson, issued the first presidential Father's Day proclamation, declaring that the third Sunday of June is a dedicated day to commemorate dads. Whereas if the father's responsibilities are many, his rewards are also great. The love, appreciation, and respect of children and spouse. It is the desire to acknowledge publicly these feelings we have for the fathers of our nation that has inspired the nation to call for the formal observance of Father's Day. Now therefore, be it resolved that I, Virginia O'Halpern, Mayor of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, joined by the entire commission, do hereby issue a proclamation honoring all fathers on this 2021 Father's Day, up and coming Sunday, June 20th, 2021, dated the second day of March 2021. Should have been June 1st. June 1st, 2021. Okay. And we have one more proclamation. This is proclamation for the Village of Biscayne Park. By a vote of its 113 citizens, the town of Biscayne Park was incorporated on December 31st, 1931. But on June 16th, 1933, a state charter was granted changing the name to the Village of Biscayne Park. Henceforth, Biscayne Park joined its two sister communities of Miami Shores and El Portal as the three villages in the northeastern corridor of Miami. Each June, we celebrate the naming of our community, with 2021 marking the 88th anniversary of the Village of Biscayne Park, an oasis in the heart of Miami, dated this first day of June, 2021. Okay. That is the end of our proclamations.
Just to let everybody, in case the residents don't know, that December 31st, we're going to be celebrating our 100th anniversary, not 80, because it was originally 90? No. 2000.
All right.
Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, it's not 100 yet. Close. Okay, now that the proclamations are over, the floor is open to public comments related to the agenda items and good and welfare. What? I did it.
Hold on,
Someone's here wants to speak.
Judy.
That's right, it is 90.
I see the first one is Jill Gruken. Can you unmute yourself, please, Jill?
Hi, yes, can you hear me? Yes, okay.
Yes.
My name is Jill Gruken. My address is 12010 Northeast 11th Court. Some of you may already know I'm the new leader of the Biscayne Park Neighborhood Safety Watch, which is organized under the purview of the Miami-Dade County Citizens Crime Watch. And this week we hosted our first event called Safety and Sweets. It was a great event, and we were happy to see Commissioner Kennedy and Vice Mayor Hamelberg there, showing their support and commitment to our village and the safety of all our residents. And I want to thank the wonderful neighbors who came to volunteer, helping us to get set up and bringing treats to share. I want to thank Jocelyn, Marianne, Mercedes, Lori, and everyone else who attended and participated. And especially I want to thank Chief Cabrera and the Biscayne Park Police for attending by sending our neighborhood resource officer, Dwayne Wynn, who is an upstanding and excellent member of our village police. And I was very happy to meet him. He's wonderful. And then on another topic, I'm also the vice president of the Biscayne Park Foundation. And I see on the agenda for tonight that the commission will discuss different ideas for projects that the foundation may wish to raise funds for. And I would specifically request for the commission to advise us tonight whether or not the project involving the bricks with the people's names on them at the log cabin, if that project should continue, or if we should refund the money that people paid. We are currently holding people's money for a very long time for this project, and it has not gone forward. And I don't feel comfortable starting to raise funds for other projects until this one has been either completed or the money refunded. I want people to trust that if they donate their money to us, that we will actually use it and use it for the project that they intended it for. And if the commission decides to continue with the bricks project, please instruct the village manager and any other required parties to take the steps needed to move it along. Otherwise, I will relentlessly bother everybody involved until the bricks are in place. I think that if the project will not be immediately realized, then we should refund the money that we've been holding so that we can focus on other projects that at the commission's request. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Hammerberg, do you want to continue with the people that are on Zoom or the intercalate, one present, another Zoom?
Hello, everybody. My name is Elizabeth. I don't have an agenda in front of me, so I'm not quite sure what agenda number I'm actually addressing tonight. But my husband and I live across the street from the mom's property, that is 11935 Northeast Biscayne. This is the site where Sylvie Filter came in 2 years ago, turned everything to rubble and left it. And so I'm here tonight to address that problem, which is a huge problem. Huge problem because that he's going to be proposing tonight that's going to rectify some of that situation, maybe not in my lifetime here in the park, but certainly for the other people that are going to be living across the street from a site like that. So I would ask the commissioners to please vote in favor of Commissioner Kennedy's ordinances. I believe that they're sound. Do I still have time to? Okay. I believe that that site does have a pool. The pool has been left uncovered. It's a safety issue for our neighbors, for any child or animal that gets into that property, and it's also breeding mosquitoes, obviously. The issue is because we don't know when they're going to be building on that site. We don't know when this is going to stop. So we've lived across the street from workers, really, who have trashed the median. They throw trash on our property. They throw trash on the swale. It's an eyesore, and we want changes. You know, if I were to put my house on the market tomorrow, I think I wouldn't be able to get the value that I'd like because of that site across the street. So thank you very much.
Can you state your name again? I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Thank you, appreciate it. Martinez.
Good evening. My name is Howard Bushman. I'm at 11930 Northeast Fifth Avenue. And I'm here to speak on item 12D, which is the same item Mrs. Martinez was here to speak on. It's imperative. I live across the street from that area too. They destroyed the house. They chained up fences, but the fences aren't very secure. My daughter was rollerblading, and the fence is sort of locked, but it's not really locked. But stiff wind came, blew the fence. The fence came out and hit her right off of her rollerblades. There isn't a day that goes by. I walk my dog by that house every day. There isn't a day that goes by that I don't pick up trash. We try and keep our street clean. We don't get a lot of traffic down our street, thank goodness. So, but it's awful. There's broken bottles, McDonald's bags, and whatnot. The fact that there's no ordinance that a pool in an abandoned home is negligent, completely negligent. I mean, it's that has to be an imperative ordinance no matter what you decide to do with the construction zone. And the second is they shouldn't tear these houses down without having plans approved. What's the point on ripping down a house and creating rubble if you don't have plans approved? There's another house on 6th Avenue that doesn't have a roof. This is Biscayne Park, and everybody wants to talk about home values going up, selling our homes and everything like that. I've been here close to 20 years. It was the first house I bought as a little 2-1, and we invested in the home, and we're here forever. And I think everybody in this room is here forever. And I think that we need to start not being okay with certain things in our neighborhood as it relates to construction. And the pool thing is a no-brainer, but not allowing homes to be torn down without approved plans seems like a no-brainer as well. It keeps the neighborhood looking revitalized and new. Requires contractors or investors who buy homes that just want to flip them or buy new ones. It requires them to move quicker, move forward, and not have 4 or 5 time, and then prioritizing those projects based on whichever one they feel like doing first. So I'd urge you to support Commissioner Kennedy's plans. And if not support those, support things towards these goals of keeping our property values rising, but keeping them safe for our kids and for just anybody who's coming by our beautiful village. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody here? Okay. Kate Davis. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't see that.
Doug? Kind of Doug? George.
We're giving the
Lionel Chin, 12030 Northeast 5th. And I'm only here to echo the same of Mrs. Martinez. She has said everything that needs to be said as far as I'm concerned. Thank you. I hope you will support Commissioner Kennedy.
Is anybody else present? Okay. Just a second, Roger, we're giving the people that are present first.
Good evening. I'm Emilia Martinez. I live at 11940 Northeast Fifth Avenue. Basically, I want to state the condition of that property that's in front of us, which I guess you've heard it before, but nobody mentioned that it's basically right now a equipment yard. They're keeping big trucks, bobcats, even a big container of trash that's been there for a while. I've been complaining to code enforcers for quite a while now. I've sent them videos of the company coming in pretty much at all times, even sometimes at 8 o'clock at night, they'll open the gate and bring or take something out of there. I think that's, and I'm aware of the fines that they posted on the gates. What has that done? I don't know. They're still, coming in and out at some point. My question to you, commissioners, are that is anything being done regardless to, what they're doing? I know you have fined them. The attorney for the village, I think, put some things in motion, but it's the same. I'm sorry, the median itself is being torn up in both sides, and I dread the day that if they start building, what's going to happen, because we're basically right in front of this mess right now. Mosquitoes I find mosquitoes now are more than they were before. Maybe it's because of that cesspool that's in there. So just whatever you could do, I would really appreciate it. And I definitely back Commissioner Kennedy's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name's Robert Chandler. I live on 11001 Northeast 8th Court. I didn't know I was supposed to link this to an ordinance, but I would guess it would be 12E. My issue is with the grass parking. I got fined for parking on the grass, and used to think that you could just park on your own property as far as grass parking. This was done, I guess, in 2015. I haven't been coming to every meeting, didn't realize that that was an issue. I just want to keep it short and sweet. My only issue is if this is the law, why is this not the law for the city and for the church? Right now, when I came here today, there's not enough parking for just the small amount of people that are here. So I had to park in the grass. And there's the Halloween event. What is going to happen with that? Are we not being welcoming to visitors that can come to the properties and enjoy our village? And to me, the church has grass parking every day. The village, the entrance to our village, people are parking in that grass. If that bothers so much, how are they allowed to park in that grass? So to me, it just seems that if you're not taking advantage of it, if you have a visitor over and they park in that grass, I don't see the problem with that. Cars park on grass, they park daily, that's a problem. If they park just once in a while, just to have a visitor over, it doesn't seem like it's a problem. It seems like it's overreaching from some. The ones that I've seen on Nextdoor that comment about it are people that are real estate agents. They're worried about the buck, they're worried about making that extra money so that they can make it that more of a presentable place. But to me, this is a place where people live and they want to have friends over and stuff. And if you keep that from it, then the nice, wholesome people are not going to be living here. You're going to have people that don't really care about it, but they're just trying to make it a more and more expensive place. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can go now for the ones at the Zoom. First name here, I have Kate Davis. Can you unmute yourself, please? All right.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Kate Davis, 12,000 Northeast 11th Place. I'm here today in support of item number 12C for the reactivation of the Biscayne Park Ecology Board. I just wanted to let everybody know that I'm in support of this, and I recommend and hope that the other commissioners support this item for the reenaction of the Ecology Board. That's all I have. Thank you.
Is it our turn?
I don't know. Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. First of all, there's two of us. My mother and I will
Hi.
both be speaking separately, but I can go first. My name is Victor Diego Armengol, address 922 Northeast 109th Street. And I'm here speaking in support of item 12D by Commissioner Kennedy. I grew up in Biscayne Park, since my family moved there in 1996. And I'm currently in school out of state, but I've been returning regularly for holidays. And for years now, I've seen the construction project next door to us. The way they've conducted this project has been frankly appalling, very similar to the stories we've heard about a different property. But in short, things like trash in the yard, cars parked in the yard, workers urinating on the property because no porta potty was provided well inside of our backyard. Thankfully, some of these issues have been already addressed by the village, so they can't happen again. But we're here to discuss, the lingering pool issue and the irresponsible way it's been constructed. Going from college to grad school, this ongoing project has been a constant in my life every time I visit home. And the whole time that pool has remained empty or filled with rainwater. And it's been a breeding ground for mosquitoes, which, impair our ability to enjoy our own backyard. Covering the pool until it's, ready to be treated would be a pretty cheap fix given the overall cost of the project, as the developers were always happy to remind us, how much money they're investing in the neighborhood. But they've been happy to do the absolute minimum required by the law throughout this project. So the empty pool is unsightly, it's unnecessary, and most importantly, it's unsafe for workers, for children in the neighborhood, for pets in the neighborhood. So I ask that you please support Commissioner Kennedy's item 12D, as in David. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Susana de la Lata. I'm his mother. We moved in 1996 and 922 Northeast 109th Street. I wrote something that I was going to send by email because we are not home, but for the last 3 years, I've been affected by the continuous construction on the property next door. Many irregularities have occurred since the beginning, and they have been reported to the village. The progress has been alarmingly slow. During the first stage, a pool was built in the middle of the backyard, and to this day, it hasn't been completed. In reality, it's been over a year since any progress has made on the pool. Nothing. I have seen workers come in and do a couple of things and not touching the pool at all. There were periods in which the pool filled with rainwater and sat stagnant, which led to many mosquito colonies. So I was only able to get them to empty the pool by going to the village, but they still haven't made progress towards completing it. From the backyard, I'm forced to see piles of construction materials and trash, and it's, garbage, sometimes pile of garbage. I support the motion item 12D by Commissioner McKennedy with regards to the maintenance of any pool under construction. Thank you.
Janie Anderson.
Thank you. Janie Anderson, 11th Place and 119th Street. Judy, thank you for bringing forward the security cameras. Many of us had absolutely no idea that there weren't any there. And to me, that's not even worthy of discussion. That's just get it done in today's world. That's a no-brainer. Dan, thank you very much for bringing forward setting specific goals and projects for the foundation. Fundraising tends to go much better when there are specific projects, but Jill is 100% correct. Having faith in the foundation means everything to their fundraising ability. And if people will donate money only to see projects languishing for years, it's going to backfire. You know, Mac, when you first brought forward the idea of covering the pools, I will admit, I kind of thought it was overkill. Then I look at your pictures tonight, and it's clearly not overkill. It takes very little in South Florida for standing water to accumulate. And at the very least, you've got a serious mosquito and frog breeding ground. And at the worst, you have a danger to kids and pets who will somehow manage to get through these kind of cheesy fences. And as far as requiring building permits, build permits and plans prior to demo permits being issued, again, I was thinking best case scenario. I was thinking that empty lot on 113th and 7th, which, yes, to those of us who remember what used to be standing there, trust me, the green vacant lot's better than what was there. But we seem to have a big difference in problems now, and that is perfectly decent houses being partially torn down. We're left with this bombed out shell and piles of rubble, and it sits there for years. Think of the people living next to this, and especially if someone's got to sell their house, that's just not right. We have got to put some teeth in this ordinance. It's the only fair thing to do. Thanks.
Jorge Marinoni, please.
Yes, thank you. George Marinoni from 1002 Northeast 118th Street. I want to thank Commissioner Dan Samaria for putting the foundation on the agenda. And I heard about the brick campaign that we had before. We had suspended that brick campaign where we were raising funds through selling the bricks because the pathway was not approved, couldn't be built. So we put it on hold for and trying to restart that for a long time. Right now, I'm happy to update that we were talking to Mario Diaz, our new village manager, and he seems that we can go forward eventually after it's approved by the ADA, and we can do the project together with some upgrading for the lighting and maybe also for the parking in front of the log cabin. That is very important. I think it's a very important thing to do, and I'm happy that it will go forward. Even we offer to refund the bricks for the people that have been waiting if they don't want to wait anymore, because it's unfair. It's been 2 or 3 years since we started this, and some people took the offer. Some people are still waiting. So going forward, I'm looking, the foundation has other items that would like to participate with the raising funds. One thing that came from Commissioner Kennedy that remind us that there was a historic preservation grant awarded to the foundation some years ago when they were building the log cabin, worth $20,000 that was applied by the village manager, Heidi Safran at the time. And that went to, I believe, build the floor for the beautiful log cabin that we have now. So $20,000 went just for that project. It's very important. We can have grants. The foundation is a not-for-profit, and there are grants that are not available to the government, but they are available for not-for-profits. And the village can apply with the foundation for those grants. So if anybody in the commission or the village know for grants that are available for this historic preservation in front of the log cabin, will be an interesting thing to apply for a grant. So I wanted to say that, and there are other things where we can participate, and the commission has any new ideas for us, we are happy to put it to the board and see what we can do with that too. That's all. Thank you.
Geronimo.
Hello. Thank you, everybody. I'm here to support Mr. Kennedy's initiative for the Green Board. I live on 620
Sorry, excuse me, Your
Northeast.
Honor, if you can.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. If you can state your full name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. My name is Geronimo Pizarro. I live on 620 Northeast, 115th Street. And as I was saying, I wanted to show my support for the ecology board. When I saw the post on Nextdoor, I saw the different response from the neighbors and the different talents that they have and that they can bring into the board. And I think that it would be very beneficial for Village and our community.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Gage Hartung.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Gage Hartung, 1029 Northeast 114th Street. Just had a couple comments regarding the items on the agenda for tonight. Regarding the garbage containers, I'm a little hesitant, and hopefully we can reconsider letting the providers determine what is their maximum garbage can sizes. It just seems like it's something that could get out of control. And it could be something that's handled in the contract, but it just seems like we're letting some outside company determine what maximum cans could be, and that could be, we could end up with something that we don't want. The other thing too is on the fences in the alleyways. That's something I brought up at the first reading. It is something that was voted on by the Planning and Zoning Board on April 19th. I'm just a little concerned that it wasn't considered. The P&Z did bring it forward regarding the cutouts, and that it would be a good time when you're doing the garbage containers to eliminate the penalty of the alleyway fence cutout that's required for people that own houses on alleyways. Regarding the court construction ordinance, totally agree with it. It actually, these two items were part of the original language that was sent up by P&Z and that were stripped out during the first and second readings of the ordinance. So I'm glad to see that it's back in. It's a very important thing. It's a very important tool that we need to have so that we can protect ourselves from items like Fifth Avenue and what's happening on 6th Avenue. Regarding the Fifth Avenue one, I'm just curious to know why the fence is still there. It's not, doesn't have a permit. And I'm wondering why code enforcement hasn't made them take it down yet. Maybe it's because of the pool. I'm not really sure, but it has no permit for a very long time. Regarding code of compliance, I'm totally in agreement with the manager's direction on this. The division of the village, I think it's a good way to deal with people that feel that they're being singled out. If everybody on the block is being put to the same scrutiny, I think it will help everybody feel like the code is being evenly applied to everybody. I'm concerned about the reinspection comment, part of the comments. I think it really does need to be inside and out because we do have issues with garage conversions and things like that that are being slipped through in sales. And maybe one of the I don't know, since it's a time issue for our current code issues. I'm just wondering, can this something that the seller has to pay for this fee, and maybe it's something that could be contracted out with one of our contractors that we work with. This one item, not in that way, our code officers can be doing the work that they need to be doing. And then finally, just as a side and as a joke, I'm just curious, where did the Oasis in the heart of Miami come from? I noticed that popped up on the in the Biscayne Park name thing that was at the very beginning of the meeting. I'm just curious. It's cute, but I'm just wondering, is this something that the village has now adopted as its permanent title or something? It just kind of came out of nowhere, and I was just wondering if there was a vote on it by the commission or something. And it's something that caught my attention. I thought it was funny. So anyway, I will leave it at that. Thank you. Have a good night.
Vice Mayor, I don't see anybody else raising their hand.
Let me unmute myself. Hang on a second. Oh, hate masks. All right. Yeah, we're going to give some commission comments. I'm in total agreement on Fifth Avenue. I don't know what we can do about it, and I'm hoping between our ordinances and our attorney and our village manager, we can get things moving for you. Nobody likes to see what we're seeing there. I don't know, is there a way, if they're using it as storage, Ed, that we could lock it off so that they can't just come and go and use it as a storage facility? Is there anything we can do? I mean, we find them and we find them and we find them, and we're still not getting anything done. If they're using it as a storage ground, it's a residential area. It's not housing for their equipment. So anyways, it's a theoretical question.
Well,
You can get back to Mike.
Now, we can certainly, if you want, we can file a lawsuit to force them to take that stuff off the property. But all we can do is issue code violations, especially since the village manager just tells me that property is homesteaded. I don't know if it's legally homesteaded, and we're going to check with the property appraiser's office on that. But it has amassed a number of fines into the tens of thousands of dollars. And that's what I mean. And there are liens that are imposed against it. You know, but we can't foreclose on a homesteaded property, okay? I don't think you can, but that's up to the property appraiser to determine. Well,
Hi, Chief.
Hey,
Go ahead.
Really quick from the code enforcement aspect, besides the fines and the actions that we have taken, what was done in prior when we've had cases like this in the city of Miami, when it becomes a public nuisance and a public safety issue, the commission has the right to the village attorney to take actions to make sure that property owner, whether it's homestead or not, takes the appropriate actions to secure that pool, to ensure the safety because of the infestation of the mosquitoes, and to ensure that nobody's endangered there, because they just said that a young lady was skating and the fence ran into her. So if it becomes a public nuisance, we've done what we needed to do from the code enforcement aspect. That's something that could be discussed and looked upon if that's something they want to take to court.
Sorry. Thank you, Chief. I'm sharing my microphone with the audience here. We have no audio here. Thank you. My comment on the walkways is I thought it was already approved. So let's see what we can do to move that forward. If not by this meeting, then by the next. And let's open to other commissioner comments, and I'll be quiet. Commissioner Samaria, do you want to speak on any of these topics?
Just about the walkways, you're right. I think it was already. Yeah, I think that was already approved. The commission, the foundation came up with, I think, 4,500, and the city was supposed to match that. If I'm correctly, I think that's what was discussed by the last commission. So, you know, but as my item says, that's just one of, in my item when I was bringing about the foundation, which we talk about, it's just a couple. I was given 2 ideas that, so it's not those we want to pick those specific ideas to get done. But it was just 2 ideas. But I think I agree with if we're not going to do anything, let's give the people back their money. But I think that it should be done.
I agree. So I was just going to say the same thing about returning the people's money, because I think this is kind of a joke already. It's been now, how many years have we had this money? 3 years. And so I think that if we can't come up with a significant plan with a specific dates, then let's give them back their money, because it's just ridiculous. That's where I stand on that. As far as the property on Fifth Street, Ed, do I have to recuse myself because I'm a property owner literally right next door to that property? Can I make comments about that property?
We're not taking a vote, Commissioner, so you can make whatever comments you'd like.
Okay, so obviously the property on Fifth Street is Fifth Avenue is a joke, right? We've been talking about this for a long time as well. I know that it went up before the code board. I was there at that meeting, and I know that they're being fined on a daily basis, and yet nothing happening, right? Very little. So I was there today, and I peered through and they've cleaned it up a little bit, but it's still a disaster zone, right? Obviously, we inherited this problem. We're trying to address this problem with a stronger construction ordinance and all the things that we've done, but it's still a disaster. It's still a mess for the residents that live in that area. I don't live there. I own the house and live there, but I don't live there, thank God. But I can only imagine what the people that are living around that property are going through. I know that in our home, there's a tremendous rodent issue. Where they're coming from, I'm assuming that it's coming from that property, whatever. But anyway, something needs to get done. What needs to get done? I don't know. But I'm asking that we start really looking into what we can do outside of fining and whatever, because obviously that's not having a very big impact, and they could care less. Gage just finished saying that fence is not doesn't even have a permit. So why is the fence up? But probably because there's also a pool there, right? So there's a danger factor as well. And then the other thing is that we talked about this before, which was we can't let people be knocking down houses without having a plan to build a house. It's just ridiculous. And we have no idea. This block can literally be like that forever, indefinitely, because we didn't require them to have a permit when they first knocked it down. So that's something else that we need to address. So anyway, we need to take that serious, and we need to do something about it and stop talking about it and stop jiggling the chain. As far as parking on the grass, I know that you brought it up, and I appreciate what you said. It is my understanding that you can park cars temporarily on the median, correct?
On the swale.
I'm sorry, on the swale. On the swale, when you have an event or if you have people coming over and visiting, what they don't allow is parking on your property on your grass. You're supposed to have a driveway or a legal place to actually store your vehicle. But you can use the swale if you do have an event or if you do have guests come over. That is an option for you. Yeah, well, right. But I'm saying you can do that. But what you can't do, is actually park on your property on your grass, because that just looks really bad for the entire village. It doesn't just go for you, obviously. It goes for everybody. Imagine if everybody, was parking on the grass, right? It would really look bad. And so it's an aesthetic thing for the village, and that's why they passed that a long time ago. And that's what it is. But you do have the option to park on the swale. As far as I know, well, they say you can't. I don't care if you do, but apparently they can't.
We kind of have one more commissioner to go through, and then.
So those are my three comments to the residents.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yeah, I'll make my comments really short. I feel like we're kind of talking about one of my agenda items pretty thoroughly already, so I'm just going to save a lot of my comments to them when I present this to you guys. So, but first, let me say something to Robert. Thank you for coming and speaking on behalf of the parking issue. We met at the rec center the other day, and we had a conversation about this already, and I'm glad you came and brought this up. It needed to be addressed. So you can park on your swale. You can't park on your swale. Commissioners are now telling you can. Honestly, I don't know. But here's what I will say, that Mario, this falls under communications to residents, because apparently there are rules that people don't agree on whether we can or not. We aren't communicating these things well enough to residents, and someone shouldn't have to come to a meeting here and find out if he can park on his swale or not. So I'm hoping, and I know you're going to be bringing communications back to us here soon. And this is just another example of when people don't know the rules, they can't follow them. And it's very hard to find this information out. So I'm hoping we can get all of this clarified, because if you just go on Nextdoor, the amount of information and misinformation all twisted up together in one thread is, can be quite interesting to follow. So I hope we get an official answer to you, Robert. Okay, to all the people who came to support the changes to the additions and changes to the construction ordinance, my item, we'll talk about that later in detail, but thank you everyone for coming out, especially the people who are impacted directly because they live next door or across the street. It's really easy for those of us who don't live near one of those properties today, as we sit here, to minimize the impact that it can make on your life. But the day that one of those properties gets torn down next to you or across the street from you or behind you, and you're dealing with the mosquitoes and you're dealing with the dangerous situations and just the horrible conditions altogether, I think then it makes an impact. And it's our job as commissioners to look out for residents who are going through this and to not allow it to happen to people in the future. Also happy to see some support from people on the ecology board, and we'll talk about that in a little bit as well. Thank you guys for showing up. It was nice to see some people here in the audience. It's nice to be here, all of us. Well, everybody but Ginny couldn't come tonight, but audience members as well, and it's great to see people. Life feels a little more normal.
All right. Next order of business are the village commissioners' reports.
Oh, no. I just wanted to make it just on the commissioner report. I just wanted to clarify. What I was bringing up before was that we were having it. It didn't make sense. I was just trying to clarify what I said before. We're having a time capsule coming up, and I was just reminding people that on December 31st, we're going to be celebrating our 90th anniversary, and then we're going to open up the capsule in 10 years. So that's what I was just trying to, when I spoke too soon about the 100 years, that's everything I wanted to comment. Thank you.
All righty. Okay, my quick report. I did a mini fundraiser for the foundation this weekend, as Gloria was kind enough to give me mangoes. I did on Nextdoor a mini mango to the highest bidder raffle, where we raised $60 for mango chocolate chip muffins, which are to die for. We had a couple of residents offer up money, and the top two got it, and we raised $60 for a good cause. The other thing I have asked the village manager to do is to study the cost of variances. It seems to me that the cost of our variances are very low compared to all the work that are and mailings that have to go into it and the work by our staff. A couple of people mentioned to me about variances, that it was the cheapest way to go, and it might still be the cheapest way to go rather than complying. But at the same time, I'd rather see that it doesn't cost us a fortune for people to take variances, because it costs us to come here, it costs us to have our attorneys here, it costs for a meeting, it costs for the mailings, it costs for everything. So I've asked him to do a comparative study of others in the area and what their costs are. Commissioner Gonzalez, you have a report?
No, I don't have anything.
Okay, Commissioner Kennedy?
Yeah, real quickly, it is Pride Month, and we had a proclamation tonight, and we have a resident by the name of Jocelyn Morphy, who is organizing our second annual Pride Parade on June 12th. It's a Sunday, is that correct? I'm going to say it wrong. June 12th, and I just want to make sure that residents are aware of it and they all turn out. I would love to see the full commission there this year. Last year, two of us were there, and the police chief showed up, which was really nice. Thank you for that last year. And it was a fantastic event. So I hope all the commissioners come. We get a nice turnout. It's cars and bikes, so you don't have to ride a bike to be in the parade. Actually, I think this year a resident has given me a lift on a convertible, so that'll be fun. And you can bring your car out and join in the fun. Hope to see a big crowd there. Thanks, and that's all I have, Judy.
Unmute myself. I'm sorry I won't be able to be there. I will be traveling So, but I will be there in spirit.
Send muffins for everybody. There you go.
I'll make mini muffins for you if I get more mangoes. I've only got one mango left. Village board reports. Do any of the board members have reports to give? I know Gage was here earlier. No, Dan gave his report. Thanks, though. Gage might not be here anymore. And is Gary Kuehl here? Does he have a report on his committee? Okay, so it appears that we have no village board reports. So we'll move on to the village attorney reports.
I have no report, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Village managers report.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and Commission and residents. It is always an honor to be with you. Just a few items regarding CITT. The village recently, with the assistance of Jose Olivo, who's our consultant for our Public Works Director, submitted to the county our initial plan for the freebie service to be offered here within the village. They're reviewing the plan in order to have a interlocal agreement conducted by the village and the county. Once we receive the comments from the county, we will then bring that to you all for consideration and a vote. Once you approve it, then that goes back to the county, and then the county would have to, at the county commission level, have to approve it. With that, we'll be able to then bring to you a contract with Freebie so that we can begin service. So that was just submitted. Also, the village submitted a application for a grant by the Florida Department of Transportation for transit service development. This is a grant in which District 6 awards $50,000 a year for 3 years. So we would be receiving $150,000 with a match of CITT funds for each of those years, which we already have allocated within CITT for Freebie, for example. And the purpose of the grant is for cities to be able to develop new modes of transit services within the municipal boundaries. So for us, Freebie would be that new development service. So we're able to further extend the service and the dollars used for it by obtaining a grant and having a local match for that. So just wanted to give you a heads up. We should be finding out whether we're awarded the grant from DOT in the June, either end of the month or beginning of July timeframe. Regarding the budget, staff is beginning that process on a department level for review. However, today, late afternoon, the village did receive a draft estimate of the taxable value within the village. This is the gross amount of taxable value for all the properties within the village. We went up about 7, almost 8% from year over year. Last year, the total taxable value was 249 million. This year, it is 260 million. So there is an increase in the taxable value, which comes out to about, I'm not a CPA and I'm not Paul or Sharon here, but I'm going to say about $200,000 worth of extra revenue. Now, as we start putting all the budgets together, we'll be able to see where we can have some savings or where some of the other projects that you might want to bring in and how to allocate that money if we keep the same millage. So that's all going in, but it's the first draft. The final estimate from the property appraiser would be the 1st of July. That's when we have the final estimates of what it is. So this could still go up or down, but the final is in July, but it's a good starting point for us to start putting our budgets together for your consideration later this summer. With regards to FDOT, I had a discussion with them on the last Friday. They were very interested in the resolution that was passed where the village is asking for DOT to start the project over and have new considerations for long-term solutions to the concerns on 6th Avenue. I'm happy to say that they were very, very interested. They listened quite extensively. The residents along 6th Avenue, thank you very much. I know many of you are listening. They provided a lot of pictures and videos with regards to the flooding issues along 6th Avenue. So when I shared my screen and I showed DOT, they were a bit surprised at what it looked like. We went over lighting, traffic calming as an issue, you know, saying we're okay if you don't want to put up a traffic light. And they threw out, well, would you guys be opposed if we do stop signs? And I said, well, now we have an opportunity. Let's continue this dialogue to see what we'll be able to put on 6th Avenue as a whole project, not just one little aspect over another. So that's a big help. And the fact that they're listening and considering everything, we'll be able to see. With regards to project timeline, there is nothing in the work program, but at least they're starting to think about how they can create a new project. So maybe next year we see something in the pipeline for the village. I'll always keep on top and report back as we get. And then lastly, we will be making the announcement, but I believe it's already on the calendar. I will be asking for a special meeting on June 10th. I believe you all are available. We'll have a handful of items within that for that meeting. Part of that meeting, two very important items will be one with regard to solid waste. The evaluation committee meets later this week to rank the firms for the solicitations that we received, as well as the award of a landscape service contract. We did an ITB and we have a qualified bidder and low, the lowest bid would be brought to you as well. So those will be on the June 10th agenda. With that, that completes my village manager's report, Madam Vice Mayor.
Quick question. Hey, Mario or Ed, do you guys have any updates on what's going on with FAA?
I do. We have a telephone assessment conference with the mediator, the federal mediator's office, this Friday afternoon. The issue is trying to get the FAA to go to mediation. They're dragging their heels on it. We'll find out on Friday if they'll agree to go to mediation. And our initial brief is due on the 16th of this month. We've got to postpone for 30 days in order to see if we couldn't get the FAA to the mediation table.
Okay. Thank you, Mario. Thank you, Ed. Okay, go ahead.
So thanks for asking that question, Art. Ed, the mediation meeting that you would have with them, it's so awkward to look through these things and see you over there, Ed, but you would not be mediating anything on our behalf yet. Explain what that would be.
No, this is just an assessment conference to determine whether mediation is probable or possible. Until a mediation is scheduled, I don't need any direction from this commission other than to proceed as we are. But the original goal was to try and get the FAA to mediation to discuss with them the fact that some of their facts are not based upon the most recent data that's available to them, and see if they reconsider putting some of those approaches back over the ocean where they belong instead of over villages and towns on the eastern part of Dade County.
Okay. I thought when we discussed this once before, you reported to us that there was also, you were waiting for the judge in the circuit court in Atlanta to combine the different municipality cases together.
No, that was done a long time ago.
So that's already done.
Right.
And
okay. all of us, and we're going to file one brief on behalf of all of the municipalities in order to help reduce the costs associated with it. As you can imagine, this is a very expensive proposition, in combining with other villages and cities and towns. We all have the same thing in mind. which is to get the FAA to move those approaches back over the ocean. It's a question of degree of where they're actually going to go, so that's where we're at. We're still trying to get the FAA to come to the mediation table and bargain in good faith to see if they won't recognize the error of their ways and recalculate those flight paths.
Understood. Okay. And if they don't agree to mediate, then next steps would be what?
We still need to file our brief. They have, I don't remember exactly when, to file an answer brief. Then we get an opportunity to file a reply, request oral argument for the 11th Circuit, which is in Atlanta, and await their decision after that. My best estimate is at least 12 months from now. I had one that they held on to for 18 months before they ruled.
Okay. So, Ed, in the meantime, residents are complaining a lot, and it seems to be the complaints are getting to be more frequent, and I think it's because more planes are taking off, and well, the air show was this weekend as well too. But besides that, so should we still, would it help you, Ed, in our case here, if we continued to gather complaints or anything here? Is there anything we can do here in the village with residents that would help you at this point, or are we past that stage now? Because there is a noise abatement board, and you can email complaints and screenshots of planes going over the village, and a lot of residents are doing it. It seems to fall on deaf ears, and you get strange responses from them like, we haven't changed the flight paths, we don't know what you're talking about, is what you hear back. So should people continue to do that, or are we just wasting our time here at this point? Can we help you somehow?
It will not assist us in this appeal, but I wouldn't discourage people from continuing to register their complaints.
Okay.
This appeal is solely based upon the order that the FAA issued and the background information upon which they based that determination. So there's no more evidence to be provided to the court or anything like that. But I think people should continue to complain because sooner or later, maybe somebody will actually listen.
Okay, very good. Mario, I have a couple of questions for you, if you don't mind. Hold on, I'm gonna make a note here. So Mario, you gave us one of your letters to the commission, and one of them was the police report, and I wanted to ask you something about that. So first of all, thank you for sending that out, and it's always important to start by saying we're very fortunate to live in a community with our own police force and the kind of crime stats that we have, and it's all very good news when you look at that. But one of the things that I get a lot of complaints about is speeding in the village, and I know that's going to always be a complaint, and it's always going to be a problem. But one of the things that I can't see on the police report when I go through the stats is speeding statistics based on location. It feels like there's a lot more, it feels as a resident who drives around and walks around that I see more police, I hate to say presence, monitoring the situation on 6th and Griffin, our two streets that have the most traffic and the highest speed limit. But there's a lot of speeding problems in the interior of the village where there are more pedestrians as well. So would it be possible on those reports to start seeing some of that split out? And I don't think we need to see violations by street and block, but I think it would be interesting, it would be valuable information to see how much is happening on those two main streets as opposed to the interior of the village, because it feels like, and residents say to me, and as someone who walks around, it feels to me like there's a lot less police presence on the interior streets in terms of speeding, especially the obvious times like morning rush hour when everyone's flying through the village to get to Miami Country Day School. And it's a big problem. So is that possible to do, given how, I don't have any idea how you guys collect data?
Commissioner, I would tell you that, yes, especially during morning rush hour, Griffin and 6th Avenue are, and afternoon, those are hotly contested. One of the things that I had asked police to do is to, while they're typing up their reports for whatever they have, instead of coming to Village Hall and just parking their car to do it, if they can find a safe space on 6th Avenue or Griffin where everybody can see them, right? And so then when you see the cop, you usually tend to slow down. So if they're able to do that, that would help. And even when they do that, police will be able to, they routinely talk to me and they tell me, look, they see me in the middle of the median, my lights are on, and I'm still stopping 3 to 4 people because of either speeding or any other infraction. So that's always going to be the hotbed because that's where the majority of the transient traffic goes through. It's Griffin and 6th Avenue. Now, I will tell you that at all hours of the day, anytime you're walking, you will see police patrolling the interior of the roadways. Are we able to put something in the report? Let me take a look and work with Chief. I don't feel comfortable with going in and starting to show where every ticket or every call was put within the village, because there seems to always be in any community, when you go to that type of level and these type of statistical data, where residents, just like even in code, residents start to use that against other residents for whatever reason. And that's not what the intent of any of these reports are. So we can definitely take a look to see if there's a way where maybe we just separate 6th Avenue and that transient kind of traffic that goes through, and then rest the village. Maybe there's something that we can do towards that end. But I don't feel comfortable saying on 109th Street, this is how many tickets, 110th, and working all the way up, all the way that way. Because at the same time, you also don't want that information used against others for whatever. Just like with code, the reason why I wouldn't and I don't want to put code violations that you can look for each house is because now one property owner can start using that against somebody else and look how bad you are. So, we want to be very careful in protecting also the people's privacies.
Mario, I didn't mean it all. I thought I said not broken down by street or block. Really what I'm saying is the 2 main roads, Griffin and 6th, they have a higher speed limit and they have higher volume, as opposed to all the rest of it in one group, the interior streets, because I'm not complaining about our police force in any way, but I don't see them stopping speeding on the interior streets. I don't see people being pulled over for speeding, and it's a complaint I get a lot. I happen to live on one of the main north-south roads, and I'm out there in the morning walking, and I see it all the time. So I just think it would be interesting to see what kind of violations we're seeing. The other quick question I have for you is on the police report, parking tickets. So in 2 months, April and May, I think there was a date problem on one of those reports. By the way, I don't think one of those reports was dated properly, but there was only 1 parking ticket in 2 months. And I know we don't have a lot of street parking, but we do have places where parking is not allowed. And I'm not talking about the people who are parking on their swales. I'm talking about medians that have no parking signs and other places where parking is simply not allowed, but cars are not getting ticketed. I also get complaints about that. There's one specific spot just a half a block from here where there's a repeat violator who parks directly next to the no parking sign, and they're not getting ticketed. So my understanding is, and I heard this from a prior manager, is that where there are no parking signs, the police can ticket because there's a no parking sign. If there's not a no parking sign, they can't ticket. I did email Valerie over the weekend, and I didn't expect to hear an answer from this, but I wanted to know if to enforce no parking on medians, let's say, are we required to put a no parking sign at every single median in order to be able to enforce, or is there a way to announce at village entrances, welcome to Biscayne Park, don't park on our medians or you'll get a ticket? I mean, is there a way to, I don't know. She said she didn't know either and she would look into it. So she'll be getting back to us about that. But we do have parking problems in the village. And again, I'm not talking about people parking on their swale. We're going to get an answer to that, Robert. So we'll all know the answer to that soon. I'm talking about parking in other places where you're absolutely not allowed to park, where there are no parking signs.
Commissioner, I hear you and I understand. There's several factors that go into the parking situation. I think for residents that are using the median to park when they have ample parking or they have available parking, that is an issue. I also think that there is a different set of circumstances when you're talking about either a landscape contractor coming out or somebody that's doing business or doing a delivery within the village and delivering something to a private property. Our streets are extremely narrow, and so if we go through and it's always at the police's discretion as to when they're going to initiate a traffic stop or an investigation, and I will not give PD a mandate to give me X amount of parking tickets or anything a month. That's how the last chief ended up getting arrested. So
Correct. That is exactly correct.
We're not going to go through that. They have the discretion, and by law they have the discretion as to when they initiate a traffic stop. Now, however, if we go out and we start ticketing every single person that's on the median, then the only resulting that a landscape company can do is they're going to shut down the street, because they can't park in the property and they can't park in the median. They're going to stay on the street, which means you have traffic either going through the median or to get around, or they're illegally closing down a street, which causes another problem. So it is we're trying to find the right balance in what we're able to do and what is the purpose and who's parking where. I've done multiple ride-alongs, not only with Public Works, but also PD and multiple different police officers. And when they see a contractor or somebody within a median, they always go, "Hey guys," at least, maybe it was because I'm in the car, maybe not, I don't know. But they always made it a point to say, "Hey guys, you can't be parking there. You gotta, hurry up and move. Yeah, we just need a few more minutes because we're doing this and we're out." And so that's always been the intention. But there's no easy solution to this. And unfortunately, we've created a bit of a cycle here. We're either shutting down whole streets whenever deliveries or anything are done, or we're allowing someone who's coming in for a few minutes or an hour to clean something up for a resident or deliver something to park off of the street, or half off, half on, however they can kind of do it. But when it comes to tickets, it's up to the police officer's discretion.
Well, first of all, let me just clarify something, Mario, because you got the chief all upset here. No one, certainly not me, ever suggested that you should be telling people when to ticket, how to ticket, how much to ticket. So, Chief, I saw you get upset there. I didn't say that. I don't know how we went from A to B that quickly. The point is that we have no parking signs, and people are parking directly next to them, and nothing's being done. So if we're not going to do it, then maybe we should just go take the no parking signs down and get rid of some of our sign pollution in the village. But the point is, we have them. There are places that someone determined at some point you shouldn't be parking, and they felt it was important enough to put a sign there. If we aren't really going to do that, then take the signs down. So I'm not telling you how to run the police department or suggesting how many tickets you should write, but I get the complaints. I don't know if the rest of you get them, but I get a number of them. I do. So I'm going to start telling these people to forward them onto you guys so you can deal with them as well. That's all I had to say. Thanks.
Unmute. All right. The next order of business is a consent agenda.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay. Does anybody want to second it? Okay. Commissioner Gonzalez seconded. Do we need to do a vote?
Yes.
Okay. What? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Seeing no opposition, we'll pass it. Next order of business. Ordinance 2021-05, amending Chapter 6 garbage containers, second reading. Mr. Dion, could you read that for me?
An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending section 6.3.2, containers of section 6.3, solid waste of chapter 6, public facilities and services of the Land Development Code of the Village of Biscayne Park, to provide that the maximum capacity requirements for garbage cans and approved containers will be determined by the village's solid waste provider, eliminating reference to the Public Works Department, providing for inclusion in the code and scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. And this is second reading. And if I may, I'd just like to address one of the comments that was made. We had proposed a specific gallon limit, but I believe the commission at first reading decided that we should allow the village solid waste provider to determine that. And I'm sure that's going to be negotiated by the village manager based upon the bids that we receive. So I don't see that that's going to get out of control the way some folks may think that.
All right. Okay. I agree
We
with
have
you,
to
Ed,
open
on
to
that.
pub-
Yeah, we have to open to public
right,
comments
before we go.
because it's a second reading.
Motion first to approve it.
Yeah, let's go ahead and make the
Okay,
motion.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 2021-5, amending chapter 6, garbage containers, second reading.
Okay. So that,
Second.
do we need a second on it? All right.
Now it's open for public.
Now it's open for public comments. Let me mute myself.
Let me see if I find anybody who wants to speak. Okay, Bobby Anderson.
Yes, Bob Anderson, 11th Place, 119th Street. I would like to see some wording in there to let the manager to go ahead and approve whatever size containers, not the vendor. Because the manager has a lot more feeling of what's required here in Biscayne Park and what the residents will put up with. And it gives him his authority. His authority may be exactly the same, his feelings may be exactly what the vendor feels is correct. But at least it's, if you want to yell at somebody, you have a particular person. And I don't mean to take that derogatory by any means, but I feel if you don't have somebody to govern whatever the vendor wants, I think it's, we got to be very careful and let him have the authority. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't see anybody else.
Okay. Is there a way we could put something in there at this point to put the manager over that, Mr. Dion?
If that's the will of the commission, we can do that because it doesn't. Wait a minute. Let me, before I. No.
Somebody else popped up their hand.
At the last second,
okay.
put up their hand. Would you like to receive that comment while Mr.
I
Dion
would.
looks?
I would. Yes. Let me go mute myself. Hang on.
Lori Mayor.
Hi, Lori Mertes, 741 Northeast 114. I'm a little concerned about the whole decision about the size of the containers. Obviously, whoever is a new vendor is going to be making money off of what I heard from Mario in the last meetings were that the vendor's going to actually make money off of us by giving us all new containers. That's what I heard before. Please correct me if I'm wrong. You know, I have a massive bin for both garbage and recycling. It's not appropriate to the size of my house, but I'm told that's what's required for this, the actual trucks. I just think that, you know, we need a little more discernment about and control about what size containers and the minimum possible is really appropriate for, you know, like, and then we were told, okay, we can use the existing bins that we have for our yard waste. Well, it's still wasteful. So I just really want to like have a better understanding of that whole process of who makes the decisions about what size bins and when. I heard someone else say, just, you know, now saying, let the vendor have control over what size we all need. I don't know that that's the right thing. I heard, you know, others on a previous call say, you know, there's some of us who are singles and there's some of us who are our 4-family, 6-family households. And I understand the truck is a truck and it needs a particular kind of bin. But I do think it's irresponsible for us to be throwing away all these like bins that we already have. And it's irresponsible for us to have to carry out these massive things if it's not appropriate. So if we could have a little more understanding of what we're getting and what's appropriate to our life and lifestyles, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
See the agenda items first.
Okay, Mr. Deanne.
Thank you. If you want to make that change, we're going to have to re-advertise this because it changes the title of the ordinance. The ordinance specifically provides that the maximum capacity requirements for garbage cans and approved containers will be determined by the village's solid waste provider. So if you want to do that, we can certainly do that. We can amend it, but it'll have to be re-advertised and come back for second reading at the next regular meeting.
Madam Chair, if that's the will of the commission, scheduling wise, I think that'll be okay, because ultimately the cards won't be available for the July commission meeting, so that is fine. However, that is to address the residents' questions. All of that is kind of determined through the RFP that it's put out, so that we have a standard pricing between all the various solicitations that come in. Also, it is always cheaper to buy in bulk than to buy individuals. And so the different categories that you have for the different size families, you start creating, you start losing essentially your buying power when doing it. There's a difference between saying, just give me, 1,300 garbage carts that are all the same size compared to, well, I want 400 of this and 400 of that and 300 here and 600 over here. That becomes a much more labor intensive and also making sure that they buy the right quantities and things like that becomes more complicated. So all of the carts have giant wheels on them, so it's not like anybody's picking them up and taking them like most of the carts are or the bins are today. They all have giant wheels, so all you do is kind of pivot that and take it along, whether it's a single person in a home or if it's a family of 5 or 6 or more. The bins tend to be pretty easy to maneuver around the property. So that is not, and these are standard sizes used in basically every municipality and the county and multiple counties throughout the state. This is industry standard stuff that we're putting in there. And so just trying to keep, the purpose of it is to keep everybody uniform so that it becomes easier and less labor intensive when we're doing that, which then again helps protect somewhat of the cost and the consistency of the collection of the garbage bins. When all they have to do is have standard bins that they can roll out, because that's essentially what they do. Even the garbage, when they come to pick it up, they're not going to pick up the bins and move it to the truck. They roll it out because they're on wheels connect it to the truck, and that's going to load it into it. So that keeps it more of a consistent service, which is one of the biggest issues that residents are bringing forth with complaints, is not having consistent service, missed pickups, missed days. When weather gets involved, whether it's way too hot, we'll have days where it feels 120, and it's only April and May. So I can't imagine what August will look like. And when it's heavy downpours and it's raining for 2-3 days, you know, having the least amount of labor intensive work makes it easier to continue that consistent pickup. So that's the thought behind it. That's why we've done it. And the RFP, which is written by the village, is done through us, and we kind of dictate that. But if the will of the commission is to rewrite it so that it explicitly gives the village manager the authority and puts the onus on me, which I'm happy to accept, we do have time to bring it back in the July meeting.
Okay, so let me clarify. The RFP specifies the maximum size of these containers. Is that correct?
We, in the RFP, dictate what that is, and we use what the industry standard is to make sure that all the carts are consistent. And so knowing that there's various properties that have either one resident or 5 or more,
right.
We made sure that we were able to accommodate all aspects of it. Because the carts are easy to maneuver, right. Even if you are a child, in my household, for example, I have a 96-gallon cart, which is what we're recommending here. My child, who is 8 years old and weighs less than 90 pounds, is the one who will take the garbage out so that the truck picks it up every Tuesday and Friday. And I promise you, in a household of 5, I never have enough. So, you know, it's not difficult to be able to do. So we left the standard that the industry-wide when we researched, and that is what we dictated in the RFP.
Okay, so my concern is that residents seem to feel that the company that's going to be servicing us can just put whatever they want out there, but that is not the case. That's what I'm trying to clarify.
No,
that is not the case. Okay,
no.
So given that, I'm okay going ahead with a vote on this to see where it goes.
We had, well, if there's residents that don't always have enough garbage, I think they're next door. One of the residents, I won't mention her name, you know, is a single person. She doesn't have that much garbage, and she can take, if she doesn't have it, she can give it to her next door neighbor and put it in their garbage can. So I think that would, you know, to me, the cost, if having a standard garbage can is going to save the cost, then that to me is a big, you know, a big important thing. If it's a standard, it's going to be for all the, you know, all the garbage companies. If a resident doesn't have enough garbage, they can always, if they have a nice neighbor, put it in their neighbor's thing. I don't want to have not enough space. I'd rather have it where the garbage can is, you have it there, never have it where it's overflowing. So I think 95 gallons, if it's on wheels, is easy to pull.
Okay, so why don't we go ahead and call it to a vote? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
No. I had to unmute myself. So I think one of the concerns here, Mario, is that people think because there's no maximum that it opens us up to, you know, mini dumpsters. So Mario, you're saying 96 gallons would be the largest we would have. Can you tell us how that relates to the size of our current recycling cans, please? What size are they?
Currently, the maximum that a resident can buy is 40 gallons, and the recycling carts are 65 gallons.
So the recycling carts that we have now are 65, and the largest that the trash cans or recycling cans would be in this ordinance is over 90.
It's 96, which isn't that much bigger. than the 90.
Okay, so I think my point is I don't think it's a concern. It's not a concern for me. And another quick question, there are some people that have some sustainability concerns, and I appreciate that as well. Are trash cans recyclable, Mario? Do we know? No. Okay. I'm prepared to support this the way it is, so thank you.
Just to clarify, I think at the last commission meeting, when we did the first reading, we said that people can use the recycle bins that they have now almost in place with the garbage cans that we want to get, if I'm correct. I remember saying that. I know my memory's going, but didn't we discuss that at the last, when we did the first reading?
Commissioner, yes, one idea is instead of just having large, loose yard waste or piles of it, one idea could be if they can bag it, or even if they want to put the palm fronds within the existing garbage bins that residents have, then they can totally do that. A resident at the last commission meeting stated that they would absolutely take whichever, if someone doesn't want theirs, they would be happy to take it. Because they have a lot of yard waste. So they felt that was a good way. So that's an opportunity that they can do. And I'm sure that we can work something out with whoever the vendor is, so that if anything, we can have a garbage drop off, and people can, the bins, and then we can have the vendor try to either recycle it or dispose of it appropriately as needed. Or we can try to reach out to other departments, whether within Biscayne Park or somewhere else, that if they want, you know, we can, there's a lot of different options that can be used for the garbage bins.
Comments, I'm sorry, we can't bring it back up again. Once we close public comments, we can't bring it back up. So we need to move to a vote. So
Madam Clerk.
do we need to do a roll call vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Vice Mayor Hemmelberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Yes.
Commissioner Samaria.
Yes.
Motion passed 4-0. Thank you.
Me again? All right. Next order of business are resolutions, which there are none. We have discussion on new business items. 12A, security cameras at Village Hall. I was on the telephone with, am I correct, Arda, with something? I'm missing something? Okay. His eyes were big. I'm like, uh-oh, did I screw up? I'm new at this. Sorry, guys. I was on the phone with Village Hall and I heard a lot of shouting in the background, and I was very concerned for the safety of our staff there. I was very upset when I found out who was the person making the commotion. And when I contacted that person, just kind of anonymously saying, you know, how's everything going? They didn't seem to have any awareness of what they had caused there, and people were very concerned. I don't understand. One of the reasons I retired early this year is because people tend to be a little bit more on edge. I really think we need to protect our staff with more than just the plexiglass between them and other people. I would like security cameras. It's not a large investment. I want security cameras in the lobby, pointing both to the area where the building department is and where Maylin sits. I want with audio so that it all can be recorded. And I also want signs on the wall saying that you are under surveillance, because I think we need to protect people in this day and age and at least have things documented so that if somebody says, I didn't do this or whatever, there's some sort of a supportive system for our staff. So Is there up for discussion by others?
Yes. I'd like to thank Vice Mayor Judy for bringing this up. I didn't even think that we didn't have cameras on it, and I think all the cities have it. So I think that's a fantastic idea, and we definitely need it. What is the cost, and how are we going to be able to do this? If we can't budget for this time, can this be one of the items that I will be glad to have for my foundation partner?
Chief said there's money.
Oh, and I'm just asking. I didn't know the answer, so that's why I'm asking. Please.
I brought this up to the chief and to the village manager, and there seems to be money in the budget. Am I correct, Mario, for that?
So the overall cost, I think when we had ADT, who's our current alarm system, and we have a contract with them, so this is essentially a sole source. I believe the overall cost with the monthly reoccurring cost, Roseanne, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was approximately like 3,300, and that included the camera, the labor for installation, and a year worth of recording and all that kind of stuff, and the where it records too, right? Because you can have a camera there, but if you're not recording anything, you know, it's not gonna happen. So everything was about 3,300. We should have the budget for that, yes, without any problem. We're just moving within the interdepartment because there's no line item specifically for it. The cameras that we do have, and just a point of clarification, either around the log cabin or the village of Village Hall is exterior cameras, and they all feed back into the police system. However, on the administration side, there are no cameras inside, so the lobby doesn't have anything, or within the employee area either. So it is something that I think with social media and COVID, a lot more people are on edge more than I've ever noticed in my lifetime. And we did have staff who were visibly shaken by some of the words that were being said. And it's not right. I understand that sometimes things can be frustrating, but we are all here trying to do a job to the best of our abilities. We are human. Sometimes we make mistakes. Sometimes we do things a certain way because that's how it's being dictated by the code, and essentially the law of our village. That doesn't make it okay for us to be threatened with bodily harm. And so I do appreciate it, Vice Mayor. Thank you. There is enough money, I believe, in the budget that I can take care of it. And so if there's and it's below a threshold, and because it's sole source as well, I believe that's something that if there's just consensus among the board that I can move forward with.
So do we need to do a vote? Why don't we do a vote?
I don't believe you need to, but you can do a vote if you like. Votes never hurt.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we install security cameras to at least our lobby, if not the lobby, and possibly into that other area right behind it, so that we have security for our staff
And residents.
and residents.
And residents too,
Absolutely.
not just for staff. I'll
Right.
second that. I have no problem.
Pardon me, Vice Mayor, because you are leading the meeting, I don't.
You gotta pass it on.
Okay, pass it on.
No, you can't make a motion.
I take my motion back.
No, you can't. Okay.
I'm okay? Okay. Okay.
And I second it. So, take a vote.
All in favor?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let me mute myself.
Mario, just to be clear, you said $3,300 for the materials, the installation, and it holds 1 year's worth of recording? So then each year there'll be an additional purchase that we make?
So that will be part of the ADT budget that we do for the Village Hall. And we have ADT for the log cabin, Village Hall, and the police department. So that will be under that
Would this
line
be in
item.
addition to what we have now?
for that
Okay,
lighting.
so are these recordings stored here in the village, or are they stored somewhere with ADT?
I believe it's a cloud service.
I'm sorry?
In the cloud, somewhere in the cloud.
It's in the cloud. Okay, so that was my question. So it relies on Wi-Fi, so we need to make sure we have good, reliable Wi-Fi for this all to work. If it goes down, then we wouldn't have the recording. Okay, are there any other, given that it's government, are there any other legal requirements in this regard? How it's recorded, stored, anything we need to worry about, Ed? Okay. I'm surprised we didn't have them already, quite frankly. I assume everywhere I go in the world, there's a camera recording me.
There is on the phone.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Take a roll call.
Do you want to do a roll call vote?
Voice vote.
Just
Voice vote?
just ask for anybody.
Voice vote.
Yeah.
Just, yeah. And you'll be able to do this as soon as possible, right? Okay, that is good. I don't want to wait.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
The ayes carry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next. Okay, next item, discussion priorities for Biscayne Park Foundation fundraising by Commissioner Samaria.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Foundation is required, according to our foundation is required to bring any projects it would like to fundraise for the village to the commission. Recently, we had a discussion of the foundation being able to help with several projects. I think it's important that we help establish some of the projects that the commission would like the foundation to raise funds. I gave a couple examples, was the new audio and video equipment for the log cabin, because this seems to be a major problem. Restoring the brick pavers to address the walk path, ADA concerns, and lighting around the log cabin. Since the foundation is a 501c, having a foundation, just having projects where they only raise $1,000 to $2,000, not raising much items and not getting any grants from other places. Unless we're willing to do that, that's not gonna, I don't think we need to have a 501c. We can piggyback off other cities. I would like to hear from other commissioners if we have any other projects for the foundation, and ask that the foundation come back to the commission with a list of projects they wish fundraising for as well. If the commission would like, we can or send 3 projects to the clerk that can then share with the foundation and the commission at the next meeting. Again, this is just basically a discussion. I think, as Commissioner Kennedy brought up at the last meeting, clarify if I'm misquoting him, that he had ideas for the foundation on what they can help raise fundraising. And I think that the foundation, the commission decides to the foundation, unless they can correct me, on what projects they have to approve. And we need to take advantage of the foundation being a 501c. When boards are not allowed to fundraise because we have to go through the foundation, that is the purpose of the foundation. So I'd just like to have a discussion about it.
All right, I personally would like to see the walkways be a top priority for them. I thought it was already approved. It's been in the works for a while.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I may talk to
Sure.
that, because there's been information that's kind of been thrown out there, and I just wanted to kind of clarify what the village is doing in relation to that project. So from my understanding, the foundation started raising money about 3 years ago for the walkway and for lighting out here through big brick pavers. That was approved, from my understanding, by the commission already. So that is good to go. I was asked by a resident, hey, can you make sure that a later commission didn't rescind that order? I did not find anything to that. So the project is still good, not a problem.
Good.
But with that, around the same time, I had members of this commission and various residents pointing out various ADA concerns that they have with the walk path here. It's not something that I can ignore. I can't just start laying bricks out without addressing these concerns. And so in that, in order to make sure that we do everything appropriately, I've engaged through the professional services within our contract, Calvin Giordano, to take a look at this area, do the proper measurements, make sure that our handicap parkings are meeting the correct ADA standards, make sure that someone from that parking space is able to access the building without having to go up steps. As of right now, the only way to do that is for that handicapped person, whether it's a wheelchair or even if they're walking with their cane, they have to walk in the middle of the street to access the ramp. So it's not just, hey, we're going to put a bunch of bricks and we're going to make sure that the foundation is happy for it. I understand not only with this, but with many projects, government is a slow moving vehicle, and there's a lot of reasons for that. I want to make sure that we do things the right way so that if there's ever an opportunity for someone to come back and try to litigate or do anything against the village, we can show that we've taken the appropriate steps from beginning to end. And even for our auditors, when our auditors are picking contracts randomly to see if we do the proper procedure for those expenditures, we're responsible for all that. So I understand it's slow moving. I've been working on it for a little bit. Once the landscape architect who's already taken measurements out here, put something together, I've asked that he meet and present something with the Parks and Parkway board, because we may have to reshuffle some of the landscaping in the front to make sure that we have everything going, and then we can present that and their comments to the commission as well, and then we can seek bids. Depending on what the price and the estimated price for that project is, fundraising $1,700, which is amazing, and I appreciate the foundation, is definitely not enough for the project. And so we will have to go out for a procurement in that, and that's going to add additional time. And depending on the cost, I don't know if we have the budget for it within this budget cycle. So that might be a line item for next year's budget as well. So unfortunately, this isn't something that we'll do from one week to the next or from one commission meeting to the next. The village is addressing it, but we're doing it the way that I feel comfortable that we're meeting all the requirements that are put on a government agency.
But we can start moving forward with this, and we have it.
The foundation, I understand that residents may want refunds because it's been 3 years. Others may say, you know what, if you are moving it with it, just keep it. I will leave it up to the foundation whether they want to give a refund or if they want to start the project up again. I've had communications with George, the foundation president, and he felt it was important to actually see movement from the village prior to starting everything back up on raising funds for it, which I completely understand. They've been holding for 3 years. So, but I did want to clarify that because we are trying to move forward with that project.
Okay, and I think everybody on this commission wants us to move forward. Am I correct? Yeah.
3 years ago.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think the next thing, Commissioner Kennedy, do you have something to say on that? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. You're kind of off out of my peripheral view.
I know.
Sorry.
Okay, so on the whole general topic, I have a couple of things to say. So regarding the foundation, they work on behalf of the commission, and I attended one of their meetings a few weeks ago and asked them, do you please come to us with things, and we want to give you projects to work on. They seem very anxious to do things that are more purposeful for the village. And then George called me, we had a follow-up phone call, and I think they all seem very grateful that we want to work with them like that. And I don't think that's happened for a long time there. So I think this is going to go really good places. Another thing that came up recently is the villagersinc.org, or the Villagers Inc. It's an organization here in Dade County, historical organization. I never heard of them. Some of you may have. Judy, I'm going to guess you probably know who they are. They are the folks who contributed. It was a grant. The village got a grant for the wood floors in this log cabin, and that was the organization that gave the money for that. So one of the members contacted me about a month ago and said he wanted to meet with me and talk about doing some things with the village. Why he chose me, I don't know. But I met with him here outside the log cabin and we talked. And that's when I learned that they had indeed given the grant for the log cabin. a village resident used to be a member, Melinda Cleary. I talked to her this weekend. She's no longer a member. She retired from the board. But they do grants, and there are grants available. So it's a possibility that we could apply for a grant. The foundation, officially the foundation applied for the grant for the work that was done in this building, but staff helped them do it. So they didn't actually do the paperwork, but it went through the foundation because that's how it has to work. So there is a possibility that that organization, we could at least apply for a grant. They already supported our work in the renovation of this building one time. They might be willing to do it again. The gentleman who was here to talk to me did not officially represent them and was not offering, any kind of approval. He just simply said, I want you to know who we are and know how this works. So there is a possibility for that as well. As a reminder, in my rec center perimeter plan that I brought to us 2 months ago, that Calvin Giordano was working on, in my proposal, I suggested that we might get the foundation involved, that when the plan comes back and the different elements are included, it might be a possibility that we would give a piece or parts of that to the foundation over the whatever number of years. Mario's going to take this and put together a proposal for us to get something done there over X number of years. It might be possible that we parcel that out to the foundation as well. The point of me bringing that up is I think we may want to wait for that to see what's inside that plan and see if there are things, because if we just start throwing ideas out to the foundation now, in a couple of months, we might have a plan where we say, really, we should have them focused on this. For example, I don't want to speak for George, but one of the things that he seemed particularly interested in was lighting or water over at the water stations over there, that he thought that would be something really good for them to work on. And he was just speaking to me. He wasn't speaking on behalf of the board. So yes, I am very anxious for the commission to work more closely with the foundation. I am very anxious to give them bigger ticket projects to work on our behalf, on behalf of the village, I should say. And I very much want them to be more purposeful. It's a word that I heard them use in the first meeting of theirs that I attended with their new members. So all of that having been said, I just think we might be a bit early on this conversation. Let me finish, Dan. We might be a bit early on this conversation because I'm interested in having them do bigger things for us. I think we can shoot higher, we can aim higher. And for example, again, I'm echoing, did someone unmute themselves? For example, they can go after business sponsors and they can get bigger amounts of money than, you start going after businesses for donations for things, and you can accumulate a whole lot more money a whole lot faster to accomplish bigger things. So I guess the final thing I want to say is, yes, I support this and I have ideas that I would like them to work on. I just don't want to be tripping over ourselves, and I'm afraid that's what this might do. I'd rather let us all start thinking about it, certainly, and we can all meet with, you can go to the foundation. I go to the foundation meetings, and you guys can do too, and you can talk to them about whatever you want to. But I think we should wait until the rec center perimeter plan comes back and we see what's included in there, because we have a project underway. Now, it's only underway in that we voted for it and we handed it off to a company that we're paying good money now. I would like to see what they come back with and start there, because there could be really good things in there, and they can be bigger ticket items that we could get the foundation involved.
I think people are not understanding what I'm trying to get at is not only for projects. I think we have to, our charter explains what the foundation, I think I'm trying to get is guidance on what we expect the foundation to do. When I see foundation only raising $1,000, $2,000, to me, that's a waste of time of having a foundation. I think we need to give them better guidance, explain exactly what the purpose of the foundation is. I know it says it in whatever in the charter, but that is not specific. I think we need to have more guidance, because they have to come in front of the commission to do anything. And I just don't think that the foundation has the right guidance right now. I mean, they're all over the place. Their intentions are good, and I admire everybody that's on the foundation. But I think as a commission, we need to come up with better guidance on what the purpose of the foundation is, because they are the only one that can raise money for, the bridge of Biscayne Park.
Well, I think that first thing is that right now the foundation has a credibility issue. and it's not their fault.
No, it's not.
And I'm not blaming them. But I think that, you know, before we jump the next hurdle, I think we need to settle the previous hurdle. Because, you know, me personally, I wouldn't give $1 to the foundation. Because I would be like, well, listen, they may get around to it or they may never do it. So we need to show that we're serious, that we're going to support the foundation, but that when the foundation comes to us and we assign them a project and they do all the work and they do all the labor, that we're actually going to do it. That we're not going to talk about it and we're not going to put the money in a bank or whatever. It's been 3 years and we're still talking about the freaking pavers. So there's a credibility issue right now, Dan.
And I agree.
And we need to get over that hurdle,
And
in my opinion, before we can move on to anything else.
And I agree 100%. And I think maybe that's where my item is not explaining the way I want it. I want where there's guidance. We need to give the foundation guidance on what they're supposed to do. And if I didn't cover that in my agenda item, then I apologize to the commission. The purpose of this is to give the foundation guidance because as my business, I have done business with the foundation, but I really have not been happy on what's given my money to the foundation.
But I think
the guidance is what we need.
No, and I hear you, but I think right now we got the horse, the cart in front of the horse. Let's fix what we should have been done 3 years ago,
Just the guidance.
and then we can move forward
I agree.
with you know. I just think you know, we're moving along too fast,
No.
and we still have, you know, skeletons in our closet.
That's why I bringing this up is I would like the commission to come up what they believe the guidance of the commission should be. Give them guidance, give them rules. I know it's covered in our charter and exactly, but I don't think that explains it thoroughly. And I like you said, they're all over the place. Their intentions are good. I admire
everybody on the foundation. But I think we need to give better guidance
on what the responsibility of the foundation.
Well, I think part of what's going on is that the commission hasn't necessarily given the support to the foundation for the projects, but I don't think that putting more things on top of them is going to take care of it. I think we need to deal with one issue at a time and give them one thing at a time. And since it's only a discussion, I think there comes a time we need to move on to the
No,
next.
but I'm not talking about projects, I'm talking about guidance. We still haven't given the foundation, I'm not talking about any of these projects, to give them projects to work. I want to give guidance to the foundation, what we as a commission expect them to do. That's what it is. We need to have guidance on what the charter doesn't explain. When I put these two items, I was just giving it as an example. I want the commission has never done it in the past. I haven't seen any of the commissions, maybe I'm wrong, have really given them guidance. They're all over the place. They don't know what to do in the foundation.
But we can't expect them to do everything start to finish. We have something.
Well, that's what I'm talking
And I
about.
think that's the importance of what Mario has started doing to find out what the ADA guidance unlocks off the meeting.
That's exactly what I'm saying that we need to do.
You have to log in again, Judy.
It looks like the log cabin mic there.
I'm going to tell them what's going on. Hey, folks at home, if you're hearing, we're having a little technical thing right now. Oh, Judy's back. Judy, you're back on now. Unmute yourself and you got it under control.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. We just dropped off my computer. Anyways, I agree. We need to give direction. We need to give support. We need to put our money where our mouth is. And I think we need to start moving on. We've got about an hour and a half left of this meeting and we can go forward, maybe. Uh-huh. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I have to unmute myself. It takes a second. I think at this point, we might be well served to ask the foundation to give all the money back to people and start this. We don't even know we don't know the parameters of this project. Mario's still investigating that. Calvin Giordano's just getting to work on something for us. We have no idea what it's going to cost. The amount of money they may have raised sounds like it's a drop in the bucket, and it was all very well intentioned at the beginning, and it just seems like it's not. We'd be better served just to give the money back, let them start with a clean slate, and let us come back. It sounds like this may be possibly something that's too big for them right now. I don't know. We don't even know. We don't even know what this thing's going to cost. So I would support instructing the foundation to give the money. Mario, do we give instruction like that to the foundation? Ed, can we say to them, give the money back to the residents or offer to give it back? Nothing's going to happen in the next month. Ed.
I heard you. The problem
okay.
I have is the only thing that I have are the bylaws, and they do not speak to any of the issues that you guys are discussing tonight. So I need more information in order to tell you what we can and cannot do.
Okay.
The only thing in the bylaws is that they're supposed to prepare a 5-year plan and identifying projects with timetables, costs, source of revenues, and obviously that hasn't happened.
Yeah. Well, look, in their defense, and they have been functioning with a partial membership. They didn't meet for most of COVID. We just appointed people to the board. They now have a full membership, and they seem very anxious to get to work. So I think we need to just figure out what we're going to have them do. But I just think we need to wait for the rec center thing to come back, because we already said we may, be wanting to use them, and they expressed some interest. That sounded interesting to them. So I think we should, wait for a minute.
Commission, I think they are a somewhat independent body. The recommendation I would give is we've provided the foundation with an update of what we are doing within the village, at least for the walk path project, and they, at their next board meeting, they can have the discussion whether they wish to give a refund to everybody or to I think that body has authority that it can keep, and I think they're all smart enough to have that conversation for the board.
So it's within their authority to decide to do that. Walkway would be ADA compliant?
Yeah. Yeah. That's not the concern. Yeah.
Any objection to moving forward? Okay. We're not dictating anything, Dan. We're just going to give them direction as to what we've done and let them make their own decision on it for now, on the walkway. Okay, moving forward, 12C, discussion on the Ecology Board by Commissioner Kennedy.
Okay, are you guys hearing me? I had to change headsets, my battery died. Yeah, okay. So this is my item 12C, and I'm asking us to reinstate the Ecology Board. The item is in the agenda. I hope you all read it.
So let me just, I'm not going to read this whole thing to you guys, but I just want to touch on a couple of things. So this is not a new idea. The village has had an ecology board in the past. It was created in the year 2007, March 2007. And then it was later amended in the year 2010. It's an advisory board to the commission that says, quote, to target environmental goals and to recommend appropriate actions and plans to ensure stewardship strategies for the preservation and protection of the village. There's a bunch of other duties and protocols that are listed in the code that you guys can read. In the 14 years since it was formed, while green initiatives have gained traction worldwide and we all became, much more aware of why we should be good stewards of the world we live in, our ecology board dissolved. I can't speak to what they may have accomplished while they were a board. I don't know. I met with some former members and it seemed to, for a number of reasons, to sort of fizzle out over time. But I think the timing is right now. And we are currently working on some projects that I think would benefit this village if we had that kind of input, if we had some people with the right kind of background involved in the board, and they advised us on issues of sustainability, issues that impact the environment. While we are a bird sanctuary and we look green when you drive through here, I don't think we're acting necessarily very green, and we could do a whole lot better job of this. This is becoming a much more important thing. I think actually we're very late on this, but I think it's time that we have that kind of input in some of the decisions we're making. I'm thinking of things we're working on right now where I would very much value the input of people like that, an advisory board like that. It would be things like if we were to consider making changes to driveways and swales, the rules and regs for those, there might be impact there certainly. What's happening over at the rec center as that plan comes together, that kind of input would be very important, and any number of other things that are taking place in the village now. So I floated the idea out there by sending out an email blast to the village email list. I posted it on Nextdoor and shared my opinion that I'm a bit of a green person. I'm just going to admit that. And I've always been somewhat, but these days even more so. And I'm trying to be a more responsible person. And in that regard, so I tossed the idea out there, and I was very pleased that I got quite a few people immediately express interest, and some people with some very relevant credentials. That we have a couple of scientists who live in the village who work in areas very directly related to issues of sustainability in the environment, and they're willing to serve. Some people who are an engineer who just recently got LEED certified is interested in being on the board. Some other people as well, and I listed the names here, and I did not list their names for us to consider appointing them to the board. If we decide to reinstate this board, the position, Roseanne will advertise the board openings and we'll vote on people and we'll reinstate the board the way it should be done. I only put their names there to show you that there was, with a very quick little, what do you people think? I got a decent amount of interest, and some of these people are very credentialed, and that impressed me as well. And I had the opportunity to speak with some of them, and they're very, very excited about this board being reactivated and serving on it if we were to choose to put them on the board. I don't know if all of you guys know all of these people. I did not know all of them until now, but I met some new people as a result of this as well, and they're quite impressive, as impressive as some of the members of the other boards that we have that have very relevant experience. We're very lucky to be able to tap into that. So I'm asking you guys to reinstate the ecology board this evening. I think the timing is right now. In an ideal world, I'd want to rename it the ecology. I remember, ecology when I was a kid in the 70s was a thing, and it's kind of a funny word to hear again. But I mean, something like the Green Initiative or something a little better modern take on it might be better. But that would involve an ordinance that we don't need to spend time and money on an ordinance. It's the work of the board that would be important to us, the advice they would give us, the input they would give us on projects, not the name. So we could go through the motions, but that just costs money and waste time. So I'd just rather reinstate the board this evening with its current name and stated mission. And we simply agree to reinstate the board and direct staff to advertise the position so we can vote on people, hopefully as early as the July meeting. So I would love to hear a conversation about that. If you guys agree that that's an important thing. Somebody just unmuted, I'm echoing again. But I do want to say one other thing real quickly here. So I put this at the end. As a very small gesture of good faith in becoming serious stewards of our environment, both globally and locally, I'd also like the commission tonight to make another very small change about how we operate these meetings, for example. So for folks who don't come to the meetings in person, the village is kind enough to provide us water bottles here at our stations. I don't ever use mine. And these are single-use plastic bottles that are basically, you know, one of the most poisonous things going on in the world right now. It's just an incredible amount of waste. Dan, would you mute yourself, please? It's an incredible amount of waste with these single-use plastic bottles, not just from the commission, from our commission meetings and board meetings, but worldwide. So I would like to also agree that we would instruct staff to no longer provide the little plastic water bottles, single-use plastic bottles, and instruct folks that are coming to the meetings, those of us sitting up on the dais, to bring water bottles. I see Judy brings hers as well. I noticed she brings them to meetings. I always come with one. Dan has one. And I think we should all be making smart choices like this that would be better for the village and for the environment. In America, we are very fortunate to have reliable sources of affordable, high quality drinking water. It comes right out of the tap. So my bottle is full of tap water tonight. And I think it would be a nice gesture if we also agreed tonight, in addition to reinstating the ecology board, that we also all agree to no longer have single-use plastic bottles at our meetings, any of our public meetings, and instruct people to bring their own water bottles. Some quick statistics just to make sure you're all aware of the impact. I did some research online. Tap water costs 1,000 times less to produce than bottled water. So the water that's in this bottle costs 1,000 times more to make than the water that I took right out of my tap at home and brought in my water bottle. Americans used 50 billion with a B, single-use plastic water bottles just last year, and we recycle less than 9% of them. So do the math on that. Tens of billions of these are ending up in the trash just so we can have the convenience of having something that we consider to be fancy water in a bottle for us to open and throw in the trash. I think it would be a really nice thing for us to do. And actually, that part of my item tonight would save us money, because Mario, you could slash some of that money out of your budget this year. Don't buy any more bottled water for us. So that's what I'm asking you guys to discuss tonight. I look forward to hearing your opinions. Thanks.
Okay, Dan.
Yeah, we had ecology board in the past, and they basically did nothing. And we had a hard time filling these boards. We're having a hard time filling other boards. I need to know exactly what this ecology board is going to be doing. You know, we dissolved this board, not dissolved. We postponed. You know, we just we sunsetted it. It just basically in the past they have done nothing. And yeah, you might have members now that are willing to do it. I need to know exactly what this board's going to be doing, because we each year we have a hard time filling boards. I mean, we had a hard time filling the foundation. We had a hard time filling the other boards. And even though I think it's a good idea, in the past, they just haven't accomplished anything. And, so yes, you have members here that are willing to join. What's saying in the future that next year we're going to have the same problem where we can't get people to fill boards. So I right now, I can't support this redoing the ecology. Thank you.
So I was going to ask how you see, there's some static, how you see this board working. How exactly do you see them interacting with us, and what kind of advice would they be giving us? Would be project related projects, but like, we have a project coming up, would they give us some input on how best, so I just want to get some of that feedback from you as how you see it. Yeah,
trying to keep myself muted so my earpiece doesn't pick you guys up. Can I respond to Dan real quickly? So first of all, Dan, you said we have a hard time filling boards. We actually have alternates, I think, on all of our boards now. So we've not had a hard time filling boards. We have more than enough applicants, and we're able to appoint more than one alternates to some of these boards. And I would also remind you that we've been very fortunate on all of the boards to get some very highly qualified people onto these boards. P&Z is now populated by the most impressive group of people. We have some highly credentialed architects on there. We have a new member who just moved to the village and is volunteering her time for the first time. And she writes code for a living. I mean, we have some very talented people with specific skills on all of our boards. So we are not having a hard time filling boards. I'm just going to have to challenge you on that. In response to we didn't get anything out of this board before, that was then, this is now. That was 14 years ago. And now that board was formed 14 years ago. So it was formed in 2007. 2007 plus 14 is 2021. That's 14 years. So the world's a different place now, and people are taking these things more seriously. And we are living in a time of, sea level rise and all the things that are happening globally. And Biscayne Park, South Florida is ground zero for a lot of this. So Art, to your point, and that's a very good question. I'm happy to answer that. I wouldn't decide that, first of all. We would, and it's already written, and we could work on what it is they do. But for example, when we decide to work on a project here, they would, for many of these projects, they could be a board that we ask for their input on. For example, the rec center. So ecology board, we're working on parking here. What kind of environmental impacts do you think we're going to have there? How could we do this best to accomplish the goals that we want, parking and all whatever else, and also be responsible at the same time and sustainable? When we're working on a driveway ordinance, we'd have the same kind of input. As we work on projects, we'd always want to look at that board and say, is there an environmental impact here? And is there a reason to ask them to meet and come back to us in a month or 2 months? The same way we currently do with P&Z. Well, they actually have a legal function because we're required, anything regarding the land development code legally has to go through them. But we also ask them for input on things even before that point. We're doing it right now with the driveway ordinance. I'm supposed to have my driveway item on the agenda tonight, and I pulled it. You all got an email that I pulled it because P&Z wanted more time to consider. That's in advance of their legal requirement to look at whatever we would consider for the ordinance. We ask code compliance to look at things for us. So we have other boards, advisory boards, that we do ask for advice. So for any number of things that we work on, they would be people that we would ask for to give us that perspective on the project. Separate from that, we would also ask them to come to us with ideas. What could the village be doing better? What projects would they like the village to work on? They'll come to us with ideas. Some of them could be community related things, and I don't want to put ideas out there because it would be the boards, and I'd be happy to go talk to them if we do form this, which I hope we do. But some may be for the community. When I was talking to people about this, a lot of people said to me, I know you want to form this board. As a resident, I would like to know more. I don't have that. I don't even know what I should be doing or what I could be doing better. So the board could also advise residents in some way, but they could come to us with things as well. I imagine they would come to us and say, why isn't everything in the village solar powered? I'm going to guess that's going to be one of the first. Several of them said it to me already. People I talked to, I didn't interview them. Yeah. So yeah. So they're like, I've already had a couple of them ask me, why don't we have solar power at the village hall and the rec center and what? Yeah. We have a lot of houses are putting them up now. So why is the village not doing this? What could the village do to make that easier for residents to move in that direction? So I see them, Art, to answer your question, just to wrap up my answer, I see us as and I don't know what other things we'll be working on in the future, but I see us saying, is there some perspective here that we need the ecology board to give to us as we consider this item? And then also they'll be, I imagine, if we do this, some of these people are so excited to be on this, I imagine they're gonna be bringing a lot of stuff to us as well.
No me grite. Would the idea with this board would be to also meet on a regular basis? Is that the idea? Because listen, first of all, I just want to say that I completely agree with having an ecology board and individuals that are experts in this field that are giving us advice on how to be more green. I think it's very, very important. But I just don't want to create a board just to create a board if they're not going to have an impact, and if we're not going to really listen to them and utilize them and their expertise. Just to have a board to say we have an ecology board, I want them to be able to have an impact on not just on projects, but also coming to us
with ideas. Absolutely.
And so.
Absolutely. And to that, Art, when I've met with some of these people, that's one of the things they said. Will the village listen to us? And I said, well, I can't speak for the village. I only speak for myself, and I'm one of 5 people that would be listening to you. I will want to hear what they have to say, whether I'll agree with it all, whether I'll want to implement all of it, some of it, none of it. I don't know until we hear. But they seemed as concerned whether we would be engaged. So their concern was us. So if we do good work for you, will you engage with us back, and will you support us in our efforts? And I said, speaking only for myself, absolutely, because I don't think it's even I think it's a requirement now. I just don't know how we approach almost anything these days without considering those kind of impacts that we have.
So the idea is that they
I'm sorry, I didn't answer your question. And yes, they would meet on a regular basis like our regular board does, like any of the other boards do. I think some of them meet monthly, some meet more often. I think it's up to the board. I think they meet generally once a month. And it would be like all the other boards, and they'd be public meetings. And I did also speak to Roseanne, because it comes down to, I always feel like we're overburdening Roseanne, and she assured me that this would not be a burden on her. We just had this conversation a little bit earlier, but I'm also hoping that there are other staff members who could, I said, I volunteer to open up the log cabin, lock it up, whatever. And because I talked to some former commissioners who said back in the day, it kind of worked like that. And I said, can it still work like that? And Roseanne informed me that no, because of liability and insurance and things, it can't work like that. Only a salaried staff member can be given the keys to the castle. So, but that staff member could be any other number of staff people. If they met at the rec center, it could be a rec center employee. So my concern was dumping more on Roseanne, but she has assured me that one way or the other, that won't happen.
Last question. So then the idea would be for them on a monthly basis to come to us with proposals, ideas for us to consider.
Well, I don't know if they would come to us on a monthly basis.
Okay,
They would
whatever, however regularly they need.
They would meet on a regular basis.
And then when we as a commission would meet, we would listen to their.
They would bring things to us the same way the art advisory board brings things to us the same way.
Yeah, but we don't hear that much from a lot of these boards. I would want to hear more from them.
I do too. I want to hear more. I want to hear more for all of them. And I think I feel like we're heading in a nice direction based on Dan's foundation conversation tonight about helping all the boards be more purposeful and doing things that we all think are moving us in the right direction. A perfect example would be Parks and Parkways. So those folks chase down that grant and bring it to us. And they've done it now for 2 years in a row. So that's something they went and found and brought it to us. They bring the butterfly garden to us. The Arts Advisory Board brings events to us. So I'd be looking for us to give them things and then to come to us with things as well.
Okay.
Like I said, I have no problem with this. I need to know more.
This ecology before I decide to vote to have to reinstate it. I need to be sure that this board is going to do exactly what it's, we want it to do. I mean, we keep on forming boards. We had the police board that voted. We had another board that voted. And I just don't want to form boards just to have it vote. I really need to have assurances of what they're going to do. And I think we need to have guidance before we decide exactly, to put this board back. I can't support this right now until I know exactly what this board's going to do. Because Parks and Parkway does this, almost the same thing we're just saying as far as the environment. So I just can't support this right now.
Okay, can I put in my 2 cents?
Public sections of the
I'm jumping out of my skin. I am a person who owns 2 hybrid cars. I have been dying to get solar on my house. if you know me, my compost pile is far bigger every week than my garbage pile, and my recycle bin is overflowing. We share recycle space with the neighbors in the neighborhood. I think it's a wonderful idea. I think we need to try and put, like Dan says, some parameters on it and bring it back. And I think it's a fabulous idea, because I would love to see us have a little solar co-op. There are solar co-ops in Dade County. I would love to see us try to organize something, not just for the village to have it on our buildings, but for us as homeowners, if we want to do it. I don't know where to start to put solar. I've reached out and all I get is bombardments from advertising people, and I don't know who's reliable and where to go with it. And again, my cars get 42 miles to the gallon for the Camry and 62 miles to the gallon for the Prius, because I believe that we need to try and make less of an impact on our environment. But I think we need to firm it up a little bit more and maybe take a vote on it next month.
I think.
Now I'll be quiet.
I don't know how much more we firm it up other than populate the board with credentialed people and let them get to work and start coming to us. We have to let them get the train out of the station. So what we do is we start giving them projects from day one, where we say, okay, board, now you're formed. We're looking at land development code. That's something we're working on right now. What's your input on that? The things that we have now in the hopper, we can get them started on giving us their guidance on those projects and get their brains going and have them come back to us with things. So I'm not sure how much better we can firm it up other than it exists on paper, put some bodies in there and let them get to work on it. This is costing us nothing because the board already exists. We're just going to advertise and fill the positions with some really smart people. And I have to say, these people are really excited. Several of them came here tonight to speak about it.
Okay. The other thing I would like to see is that they do their own secretarial work so that there's minimum. When I go to City Hall, I see how overburdened, not just Roseanne, but everybody else is with the typing, with the mailings, with the this, with the that. Please be sure that they have their own secretary to type up their minutes and hand in those minutes so that it isn't our people doing all that work. Not that the staff doesn't want to help. It's just, I don't think we can stretch them any thinner than they are right now.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And like the other boards, they'll write up their own agendas and minutes. There is a certain amount of yeah. So P&Z and code, because they're quasi judicial boards, I think staff is required to do that because it's all kinds of legal stuff going on. But the other boards are pretty much self-sufficient in that regard, aren't they, Roseanne? They do their own minutes and all that kind of good stuff. It would be that kind of a board. They're not quasi judicial. They're advisory. They don't exist yet. We can't ask them to do anything when they don't exist.
I certainly don't. Like I just finished saying, I certainly don't want to create a board to create a board, and just to have a board, right? And unless they're going to have a significant impact, but at the same time, I also see the potential benefit. I mean, I think the potential benefit of having this kind of board is huge. And on the other end of the spectrum, if for whatever reason it doesn't work out, how does that hurt? So I mean,
no harm, no foul.
Exactly. So I'm in.
All right. So do we want to do a motion, Mario? Do you have any thoughts on this?
No, ma'am. I would just ask whether it's this board or any board. Ideas and everything are great, but the forethought of what it also means to implement is taken into account. It's easy to come up with projects and say, hey, these are all lovely projects, but we also have to think of not only cost of those projects, but then maintenance of those projects.
Well, that's our-
and
that's
how
our-
that influence. Yeah.
That's our
So
job.
it's an overall view, but no, I don't, whether this board is out and looking at various aspects, that's not neither here nor there.
And I forgot to mention one other thing. They can also look for grants. So that's one of the things that they could do is they need to know that when possible, when they can start chasing down the opportunities for money as well. Now, whether they'll have the ability to write the grants, and it depends on who's on the board. Parks and Parkways found the grant, writes the grant. They do it themselves. They do the maps. It's a whole lot of, I see what they go through. And they do all of that. So, and the staff helps them an awful lot, but this board could also be looking for funding opportunities. So I just think we need to get them started. And as
Okay,
Art said,
well-
no harm, no foul.
All right, so I know it's up here for discussion. Should we do a vote?
Does it require a motion, Mario? Yeah. Roseanne's saying yes.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay.
To bring it back to life, yeah.
Yeah, okay, then let me make the motion here if you don't mind. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that we agree to reactivate the Biscayne Park Ecology Board and that we instruct staff to advertise to fill the board positions and bring us applicants at the next available meeting. Might be July, hopefully it could be, and we can fill the board and move forward from there. As the second part of that motion, I'd also like to instruct staff to no longer provide single-use plastic water bottles for public meetings and for all of us to bring our own bottled water. We can bring our own bottled water, but the village will no longer be contributing to the 50 billion plastic bottles that are put in landfills every year in the United States.
So that's the same motion?
I think they're two
If it's the
separate
same motion, I'm
motions.
definitely voting no.
Okay, two separate motions.
Okay, so the first
the
motion
first one,
on the
forming the board.
ecology board,
Yeah.
do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Do we need to do roll call, Roseanne? Okay, yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Samaria,
No.
And then to my second motion about having the
hold on,
village
3-0. Oh, 3-1, I'm sorry.
read to
3-1.
Thank you.
And my second motion to no longer provide single-use plastic water bottles that we contribute to the landfills. And we all start bringing our own. By the way, mine is a freebie bottle. See, when you attend village events, you get free stuff. I got a freebie bottle when I attended Mario's freebie. What's yours, Judy?
One blood.
Donate blood.
There you go. So these things are awesome. I got mine for free.
My only,
And my water's cold.
my only concern is for staff. They're here all day, they're here all night, and I mean, it's not like we have a place for them to get cold water once they run out of what they've brought with them.
They have a water, they can bring water bottles and fill them up the same way I did. Look at these.
It's
things. They're
not cold.
poison.
Oh, we're talking about
Okay.
here. We're
Here.
not talking about over there.
No, we're
Here.
talking about it
Public
this
meetings.
meeting.
Yeah,
Public
this is-
meeting.
now we're not talking about Village Hall.
No, but meantime, Roseanne and Mario have been here all day since 9 o'clock
Okay,
this
but when they
morning.
walk over here, they fill up their bottle and bring it over just the same way I came from home with mine.
It's
full.
tepid water. They don't have ice cubes, do they? Do we have ice at this?
No.
Okay.
Can we ask Roseanne's opinion on the
Can-
matter? Can we ask
clarification.
Roseanne's opinion on the matter?
Water cooler.
Madam
Roseanne,
Chair, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
Do you have cold
clarification,
water over there?
clarification. Did the, Ms. Commissioner Kennedy, was the
Yeah.
motion just for commission meetings or for all village events?
I think it should be all public meetings.
Public meetings?
Meetings.
Okay.
Public meetings. Look, everyone has one of these. Fill it up with water and bring it and stop throwing these things in the trash. It really is the tiniest little gesture that the board we just agreed to form, we actually believe in the work they'll do for us. These things are poison for the world.
We just give one less thing for the ecology board to give us advice on.
Exactly. See, they've already accomplished their first thing and they haven't even been formed yet. Mine is mine's coldish and it's fine. It's providing water to my body.
Like I said, I just worry about the staff that's been here since 9.
Roseanne, you
You'd be okay filling up a water bottle?
Are you gonna be okay with
I
it?
have my.
She has her own
She
water.
has her own water bottle.
Hey, can we get this meeting going here?
All right,
What I'm saying, even somebody that works water, I think it's obligation for the village to provide the minimum.
We don't have water here for anybody but us. When I used to come, when I was a resident coming to meetings, I always arrived with my water bottle full.
okay.
Sometimes it didn't have water in it.
Can we
but
move
it was
on?
always
All
full.
Can we get this over with?
That's the spirit, Judy. So there's my motion.
All right,
I think it's a nice gesture.
is there a second?
I'll second it.
Roll call vote? No.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy, Commissioner Samaria,
No.
2-2,
Fails.
motion fails.
That's disappointing, guys.
It's all right. The ecology board will bring it back.
The ecology board's gonna bring it back and demand it of us. Trust me, it'll be the first thing.
first thing.
Because they're all watching.
right now.
And then we can get the foundation to put a water fountain here.
Or the foundation can sell Biscayne Park water bottles.
All right.
Raise money.
All right, we have one more issue here, and that is we have 2 more issues. Construction ordinance is the next one.
That's mine as well. So earlier this year, earlier this year, January, we passed the construction ordinance. And we have new rules and regs about how construction sites are handled. But in an effort to push through two considerations were pulled. Just so we can get this thing done. And I talked to Valerie, and she's going to bring them back, and so I'm bringing them back here tonight because I think they are important. Now, we heard from a lot of residents who attended by Zoom and in person in support of these two items. No one spoke against them, but in all fairness, I have been communicating with people who are neighbors of these properties. So they are feeling the impact of these, and none of us here in the dais are personally feeling those impacts because none of us live near those places. But I believe these two considerations are very important, and we should add these two to the ordinance. These would be changes to our land development code relating to the limitations on construction. 2 specific things. One is covering pools major construction when properties are uninhabited and the pools are not operating and treated chemically. This is untreated water at an untreated water at an uninhabited building. No one's living there and there's a pool. Okay? Now, the pool may have been a functioning pool at one point. It may be part of the construction project. We have examples of both of them going on here in the village right now. Where we have a house and the pool is still there. That's on Fifth Avenue. We have up on 109th Street, new construction where a pool was put in. The pool was the first thing. It's been there for over 3 years. Okay. Roseanne, can we share the screens or is that not possible?
Mario, I think it's okay, right?
Or Mario, if you just want to put the picture slide through them or give me the.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, but at least the people at home could see the pictures we're looking at. Commissioners, did you all look at the pictures that were added? Dan, did you say them? Okay, we'll just talk about them. So we have these pools that are uncovered and empty lots. They're a hazard. So in one of the pictures.
Oh, he did it. Mario did it.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't see it anymore, but that's okay. So Mario, if you'll go to that property, slide back to the picture that shows the back fence. There we go, right there. So right there. In there,
This is a property under construction. This is an uninhabited house on 109th Street. It's been going on for several years. The pool has been sitting there.
It's been sitting there looking just like that, water at the bottom,
And it's in a fenced
and it's
in
in a
yard.
fenced-in yard.
Sorry, residents texting me things they want me to say. So, I got it, folks. So, there,
You can see in this picture that the gate on that fence is broken.
there is
full
access to that property and that pool. Right now, someone can wander into that child, someone's pet, an elderly resident, dementia who wanders off. We have that happening. Unfortunately, elderly people, the same people lose children. This is an
actual life safety hazard.
And
And unfortunately,
there's no way
for code to enforce this because code can't see that. It's in the backyard.
So the way our code is written right now, in the new ordinance that Ed and Valerie put together for us, it says,
I'm going to read to you from our new code.
There's feedback. Can we make that stop?
I see only from you, yeah, mine. Okay.
No, it's not my phone, it's my computer. There, is that better? You hearing me? Okay, great. So whatever you just did made the screen go huge. Let me exit out of full screen. So our ordinance reads right now, if the premises or property within the construction site is unoccupied, house is empty, the swimming pool must be one of these two things. It either has to be, number one, maintained so the pool water is clean, free of debris, and treated on a regular chemical treatment schedule. In other words, it has to be pool water, right? So it's not breeding mosquitoes. Or it has to be drained and free of standing water with a wood cover installed in such a manner so that the water may not enter into the pool and collect at the bottom until such time as the certificate of occupancy is issued. That means someone's allowed to live in the house. The house is now habitable. The pool cover described herein shall be maintained in good repair and free of standing water. So right now, the way it reads in our new ordinance, our new code, either that water has to be treated or that pool has to be covered. The owner has an option. The problem is when they exercise the option of keeping water in the pool, we have zero way to enforce that. We can't go back and see that. And we're left with, Mario, if you'll slide back to the pool pictures, not that one, stop right there. Stop right there. We're left with that. That's a swimming pool. And they may have drained it at one point because Susanna de la Lata, who lives next door, complained so many times to the village that they had the pool drained because it was so bad. The folks on the other side, by the way, the Gunthers, they left Biscayne Park. They moved out because of the mosquito problem with their baby. They couldn't live there anymore. It got so bad there, they left Biscayne Park. We lost residents over this. This is their yard was impacted so badly by the mosquitoes and the whole general horror of this construction site that's been going on for years. That pool was drained, but we're in South Florida, folks. When it rains, the pool's no longer drained, and now it's breeding mosquitoes again. And our code right now is hindered. They cannot do anything about this. What I'm recommending is, regarding the pool section here, that we remove number one about maintaining the pool, and we simply say, when that property is not habitable until there's a CO, that pool must be covered. You heard Gage Hartung speak tonight. He's the head of P&Z. He supports this as well. P&Z wanted us to include this, and we didn't include it. So they had the foresight to see that this would be a problem. I wish I had thought to bring the pictures before and present it this way, but in an effort to get it pushed through, I was willing to pull it out so we get an ordinance passed. So this is as easy as Valerie removing number one and simply saying the swimming pool must be drained and free of standing water with a wood cover, blah, da, 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 da. Removing option number one. But I found something interesting when I looked in the North Miami Code regarding swimming pools, and they go this far. And this is something I would like us to consider adding as well. And I experienced this because I used to live in North Miami, and there was a house in our neighborhood that had this problem. North Miami has this in their code. if any pool is not treated properly, so it can be breeding mosquitoes for whatever reason, if that happens and they cite them, if the owner fails to remedy the condition, the building official has the power to declare such a swimming pool to be a hazard to the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the city, and is authorized to cause the condition to be remedied by cleaning, boarding, and taking any necessary action to correct the hazard. The cost thereof shall be a lien against the property upon which such swimming pool is located. So when someone doesn't take care of their pool and it turns into a mosquito breeding pond, they get cited for that. And if they don't comply, the city comes in and covers it with the wooden deck. They come in and do it. They consider it to be such a hazard to the safety of its residents that they come in and do it. It happened to the house diagonal from me when I used to live a mile from here in North Miami. A house was abandoned. Somebody walked away from the house, huge swimming pool there, all mucky, neighbors complaining about it. The city came in and did it and placed a lien on that property. So they came in and put the whole deck, boarded it up. They took care of the situation and they billed the owner and it became a lien. So I think we need to act now on this before something terrible happens, because at the very least, we're creating a horrible living situation for the people on either side. Art owns a property next to one of these swimming pools. We heard people today who live on Fifth Avenue saying the mosquitoes are a problem. We heard Susanna and Diego come here tonight and say, yes, it's a problem. And I went into their backyard, by the way, with their permission to take those pictures. Now, last time we discussed this, some of you were concerned that we were burdening the owner of the property with additional cost when they're constructing. Guys, they're building a new house to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is a drop in the bucket for them to tell their workers to take plywood and 2x4s and cover that pool and secure it. I am very worried that we will learn our lesson on this when something horrible happens. If someone dies, something horrible happens, I'm afraid we'll be liable as well. Now, the attorney may want to say something about that, but I just think this is the right thing to do. And this is where we need to be strong and know that we may upset some people, but quite frankly, who are we going to upset? Developers who are coming in and leaving our village in that condition. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Have what situation?
Have pools that are black,
Yeah.
full of junk.
Same rules apply.
So you want to make the same rules apply to construction sites.
Yeah.
Right? Or even residents that are living in homes that are currently living there.
That we
but
had to
yet-
make them treat their water.
Well, but how
Well, that's a code. There, we already have code. Mario, do you know where it is in the code? We have code about how pools have to be treated.
Yeah, I just have,
How do they do that?
yeah.
So, but but you understand my question, right? So we're addressing one issue, which I think is important, and I agree with you, which we'll talk about the covering because that's another problem. But we're also talking about residents that are currently living in their homes, that their pools, because I've seen it as well, that their pools are a disaster and a mosquito breeding ground, and the same exact thing that Mac just described, but yet the houses, people are actually living in it. So how are we going to address both of those? Because you can't address one without addressing the other, because then you're wasting you're wasting your time, really, because.
Well, this
I know
Agreed.
I agree. I agree. This is regarding the construction, because that's what we worked on, and we have to have language inside this ordinance, inside this code to address it there. But
We need to
separately,
address those.
we, in another part of it, because we do have code about how swimming pools have to be maintained. So that would be the.
We're not doing anything about it because, to your point,
Code problem.
we can't see in the back.
Yeah. But if a resident reports it, takes pictures, allows code to come in, somebody reports it, then they can, can't they, Mario?
So we're asking other residents to snitch on other residents, is what you're saying.
Well, I'm gonna guess that some of these people don't mind that because they're living in such horrible conditions with the pool next door that they're willing, whatever, they're already upset enough with their neighbor. But that would have to be, that's a separate code thing. That's Mario's code department. This is specifically regarding construction.
I just want to make sure that at some point we address that one as well, because
Well, I suppose we could just ask Ed to do the same thing. I mean, this would be an easy change to the existing ordinance, but we would have to ask him to look in the code and suggest how that would be written.
so let me just say real quick before I forget.
Yeah.
When we talked about this previously, about covering pools and whatnot, I have a friend of mine that's is actually a pool developer. And we were sitting in my yard one day and we were talking, and I said, oh, we were talking about the possibility of covering pools. And he said, well, what's the idea? Is it a security issue? Is it a mosquito issue? I said, all of the above. And he said, there are no pool coverings that don't allow water into the pool. We're still going to get water into the pool. Water will find its way into the pool. So no matter, so if the idea is to avoid mosquitoes, you're still going to have a mosquito issue. That's what he said to me. He said, water is going to still find its way into the pool. If it's a safety issue, then that's a different story, because you can, you can't stop somebody from falling into an empty pool, but you're not going to stop the mosquito problem because water will still find its way in. So he said, there's no way to stop water from, so that's not really going to take away the mosquito.
Other municipalities have the thing where they come in and cover it. It may be more of a safety thing than it is.
Yeah,
mosquitoes,
I think
but
it's
the
more
way
of
it's
a,
written, they have it for both.
yeah, well, I understand that, but what he said was it's impossible. You're never going to stop water from getting into a pool. It's just it will seep and it will find
And
it.
mosquitoes can get through cracks.
I like to hear from the attorney on this, and I really do, because I think if it's a safety issue, I agree with you on that, but I think that it's a private property. You can't, I mean, I really want to hear.
Okay,
the
so
attorney on this.
let's hear from our attorney.
He wants to go swimming.
Currently, there's nothing in the code that speaks to maintenance. There's nothing in there that requires anybody to maintain their pool to any specific standard. So whether it's black or green or blue or orange, there's nothing right now that you have in your code to do that. We can certainly adopt code provisions that require people to do that, to like cover their pool in an uninhabited structure when there's construction going on or whatever you want. But again, it comes down to a code enforcement issue. And we issue a citation, they don't correct it, they get fined, and then they get liened, but it doesn't correct the problem. So, we can develop a code provision that authorizes the village to go in certain circumstances to remediate the thing and then assess the property owner for the costs associated with doing that. But that also becomes another lien that you can't foreclose on in a homestead property. So I'm not real sure how we get around what it is you guys are trying to.
Can I ask you some questions about that, Ed?
And from my understanding, just for clarification, we would have to probably do a little bit further research, Mr. Attorney, with regards to, can code initiate a citation or a case by visiting an adjacent property and looking over the property value? And then if we do liens, I believe the power to negotiate liens is with the co-board. So, they can essentially come in and negotiate that down to whatever that cost would be. So I think there's definite ways that we can put something into the code, but how it's enforced may be a little bit trickier than what we're
Let me
thinking.
address that, because I think we might be overthinking it.
In the past, because Sarah Ramos was one of my dear friends, I will tell you, code has gone into neighbors' properties at the behest of those neighbors, of the neighbors that own property, and taken photos and enforce things. They don't have to be able to see it from the street. If you can see it from any other property, then you can. And I'm
So-
sure it's been done in the past, so I assume that we did it legal. I hope.
So Ed, I have a couple of things in response. The Florida Building Code has provisions about water the water being treated. So it may not be in our code, but it's my understanding that it's in the Florida Building Code. So it is covered in that regard.
I don't know that to be true. I just don't. I'm not that familiar with the
Read
Florida.
it, I think I read it somewhere this weekend. I was studying up on this. I think it was in North Miami. They reference it in theirs that you have to meet Florida Building Code for water purity or whatever it is. Now, in terms of how we would enforce that, Mario, when you said, how would code enforce it? It's not a code issue, it's a building department issue. Because these are pools that are being put in. These are, if it's new construction, hold on, let me finish. If it's new construction.
Commissioner, we don't have full-time employees. We have part-time who come in for certain amount of times throughout the week, and they're completely booked with inspections for active
Okay,
construction.
but Mario, we know
so
the
they're not
pools put
going.
in at the property.
Our inspectors will not be going throughout the village looking for swimming pools.
Okay, but you know that a pool goes in that property. The building that you being the village knows that a pool went in that property. Certainly, there's got to be a way that you can say, as part of that, our code says you have to cover it now. So get it covered, and we're coming to inspect that.
You're not going to have the inspectors randomly going through the village.
It's not
making
random.
sure that we have the pool coverings or
Mario,
that
it's
people
not
are
random.
maintaining
I'm
their
not
pools.
asking you to go do spot checks on people's houses. I'm talking about construction. A house is torn down, there's a pool there, cover it. There's permits to build a new house, the one on 109th Street. The first thing they put in was the pool. It's in the plans. A
Right.
pool went in. It's not a matter of having code go out and try
So
to
when they
find
go for,
violations.
you're absolutely right. When they go for an inspection, they can definitely check
Yeah.
as to what's going on.
Yeah.
But again, our inspectors don't do random spot checks even on permitted construction jobs. And so for the most part, unless they're being scheduled for an actual inspection, you're not going to have an inspector on that property. So you might have it on the books, but you might not see an inspector onto that property until it could be months before they actually go on the property to do any kind of inspection. So I'm just trying to give you what the realistic expectation of what the enforceability might
Not a
be.
surprise that a pool showed up on that property when there's new construction or a major renovation. We know they get permits for it.
Right.
And I put a pool in 3 years ago. Lots of inspections.
Different, right.
Inspections, millions of inspections.
But
before
once
that
it's
pool was
done, once it passes their inspection, there now, if there's other work within the home that the inspector goes on, it's kind of like, hey
These
guys,
pools have
give
it
an
all.
eye on it to make sure that they're following it.
They haven't
But-
passed their final pool inspection. There's not even equipment at these pools, and there's an inspection of the equipment. There's not even slabs for the equipment. It's just a hole in the ground. So at any rate,
Commissioner Kennedy, just to.
I was right in the middle of something. I was making notes as they were talking. So Florida Building Code, if you guys would check, I'm sure there are provisions for that. And North Miami seems to figure out a way to do it. So, I mean, I've seen them do it. They come in and cover these things up. So apparently there's a way. So maybe
Yeah,
we just-
but Commissioner, you can't compare us to North Miami. I'm sorry. You can look at the code and you can say, hey, that's fine, but North Miami has thousands of employees that they can do
Mario, I
to
would
be able to
challenge
do
you to
that.
try to figure out a way to resolve this, because
With
this
the
is a
4
public
employees,
issue.
we'll look at a.
Okay, well, look, it's a life safety issue. It's important.
Dan, unmute yourself.
If you're saying that you want to give rules to covering the pools, I have no problem with that. You're saying for wood, because I thought that's what we discussed at the last commission meeting was we want the pools covered. It can either be done by wood or it can be done by the tar. I have no problem with that. This is not going to stop mosquitoes. If you're using this as the mosquito thing, I can't support this. If you're using this for safety reasons,
Well, it doesn't matter what the reason is. If it happens, it happens. So it doesn't matter if it's for that or that. If we're going to require it, it's done. So if you're happy doing it just for safety reasons,
it depends on what exactly you require them to do.
and if it makes you happy, or just pretend it's only for safety reasons, then you just said you approve that. You just said you support it.
why you have to try to, change what I'm trying to
I'm
say.
not trying to
just
change
trying to-
anything.
I'm
You
trying
said you
to
would
find
support it
out-
if it were a safety thing. It is a safety thing, so you can support it. That's all
So
I'm
what,
saying.
what kind of stuff are you talking that they have to cover? And what are you suggesting that they cover?
The wording's already in there. Valerie already wrote it in our code. Read it, 18.3.7. It's right there. With a wood cover installed in such a manner so that the water may not enter the pool and collect at the bottom.
So we talked all this evening just to tell me that we can put on a wood cover. If you're saying that's all you want to put on a wood cover, fine, that's it.
That's
I mean,
exactly
we
what
wasted
we
all
said.
this time talking about this when we had other stuff to talk
Waste all
about.
the time at
It's
all.
kind of funny when I was talking about my foundation item, everybody was in a rush to go. But now that we got this item, I mean, I have no problem. The pools need to be covered when they're under construction.
Okay.
That's simple.
So should this be handled? 'Cause I'm going to go on to the lot thing next. Should we, is this something we vote on each item, part of this separately?
Should be separate, of course.
Yep.
Correct, Mario?
I don't think you're taking a vote today
No, this
because
is
all
a
it is
discussion.
giving us direction to come back with a first reading at the next.
Okay,
meeting.
so it doesn't require a vote?
No.
Okay.
But we should address each issue separate, I think, one at a time.
Yeah, so
Okay.
so what do we do? A consensus? Is it not a
No,
vote at
just a
all?
consent, give instructions to the city manager to come back.
How do you do that without making a motion?
Consent, right?
If you'd like to take a
You
vote
go.
on it, you absolutely can.
Okay,
Motion.
make a motion.
Okay. Make a motion that we ask Mario to, and the attorneys work on 18.3.7 to remove section 1 and leave the wood cover section by itself. And I'd also like them to look at the North Miami code, and I can send this to you, about how they come in and take care of it when it's not done and it becomes a lien on the property.
All right,
No, you got it, fine.
all in favor? Oh, we need a motion.
Yeah,
We need a
I didn't make
second.
motion.
Art, you want to second it?
Sure. I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? Okay, motion carries, direction goes. You want to cover the other?
Okay, the
So
other,
what do you-
we talked about earlier.
Just
What exactly are you coming back with us?
They're looking at putting wooden
We'll-
covers over the pools.
We'll-
So it's gonna come back as an ordinance?
It's going to
As a
come back
first
as a
reading,
first
correct.
reading.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
First
First
reading
reading orders.
Okay.
Okay. And I think I've asked this question before and I was told no by Valerie. Ed, when you come back with an ordinance, you can't send it to us first to look at and comment back to you separately about it, can we? Can you? It has to come to us as a group. Well, you know what? I guess we see it on the agenda before the meeting anyway, because we see it the week before. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, the second thing is about lots. So this one's a little bit trickier. The way it reads now, 18.5.2, this is all about construction fences. This is written about construction fences. How and why, when you're required to have a construction fence and how you go about it. And it says, under no circumstances can, and this is the only place that's mentioned, I talked to Valerie about this. Under no circumstances can a temporary construction fence permit be issued until a demolition permit and or a building permit is approved for the site by the village's building department following the approval of the planning board. So what it's saying is earlier in this section, there are requirements for construction fences. Once that requirement's been established, then 18.5.2 says to get a fence, you either have to have a demolition permit or approved building permit. It's an and or thing. And the way I think it should be is that the building permit is what triggers the demolition permit, and that triggers a construction fence. So you can't demolish a building until you have a building permit. Yeah, so because it's an and or now, it says to get a fence, you have to have a demolition permit and or a building permit. It's that and or is what trips us up.
A building permit to.
Not now, you don't know.
Right, that's what.
You can just have a demolition permit. And
Correct.
we allow a demolition permit without a building permit.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I always thought it was critical that before you demolish,
You need to have.
Okay. One question I have, when my house was hit by Hurricane Wilma and the roof came off and the mold was going everywhere, the first thing I had was a demolition permit. I didn't get the rebuilding permits because we couldn't get things drawn up. But if the mold had grown and the walls and ceilings had not been removed, so I think we need to put in there a stipulation for emergency.
I think you maybe covered there already, and I'm not sure if that's, Ed, the language of all of this is not specifically to new construction. I think is it new construction and major renovation? Is that what it is? But Judy, I think that's already taken care of. That this is for new construction and major renovation. That's a repair to it because of damage. Yeah, well, that's a big repair. Yeah. So, but your building was still, you were still living there.
No,
Oh,
no, it was an unsafe
Oh,
structure. I was out of it for 8 months
Well, I
almost.
think that's an emergency, like the fire.
But that's what I said. For me, it needed to be an emergency thing because if the mold had grown in the house,
Yeah, but you
then
didn't demolish it.
I demolished
You didn't
everything
demolish it. Okay.
out. No, the hurricane
Yeah,
did.
my point.
Hurricane did.
You did it. The
Semantics.
hurricane
Right.
demolished it.
Right.
Wasn't like you did it intentionally.
Oh, no.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Go.
you, okay, to have this move
on. You're saying that we should have building the permit first before you have a demolition.
Yeah, because of what we're at, yeah.
That should be the motion, and then we can move
Yeah.
on.
And if you look online, what's interesting, I looked at some of the properties, just so you guys realize, and we've talked about this before, and Art, you're the one who brought it up last time we talked about this. When the house is demolished, go look online on the property appraiser website, because all of our taxes are based on taxable value for the land plus value for the house, total taxable value. When that house comes down, taxable value on the house is zero, which means they pay less taxes, we receive less revenue as well. That's why they do it. And it's also because they get a big chunk of money when they demolish. So they knock the building down, get a whole bunch of money, and then
Mistaken, Mac, that also goes for uninhabitable homes. In other words, the house next to Chuck.
Yes.
That is half built.
Yes.
That is also, that doesn't get a tax bill.
Right. Yeah.
No one living in it.
No
It's
one
all-
living, that's right.
And it's been half built for.
There's no structure there because there's no CO.
My point. So that's
Exactly.
another
reason why.
That's another.
Commissioner Kennedy.
I got screwed. I didn't get a tax break when it was uninhabitable.
With the
Hey,
With the building permit.
Oh, yeah, they have to go through the whole thing. Now, look, I just want to be really, really, really clear about this because I don't want to feel like I'm, misrepresenting anything here. Someone could and might put plans through planning and zoning. They go through all the motions. It normally takes, for big projects like this, it's many meetings. They go through lots of stuff in the building. Guys are looking at thousands of, it costs a lot of money for the developer to do this. But they could put plans through, get them approved, get the demolition permit, tear the house down, and then decide not to build that house. And they could say, well, now we're just going to sit on these. What we're hoping is that because they have to go through all of this money spent to get to that point and lost time doing it, it's a way to hopefully make this not happen.
Okay.
But I just want to be clear on this. That's
is
not a
there
guarantee.
is there a way, if they're going to demolish it down to ground level, that they take it to be like a park area and take the fences down and leave it green grass? like the house on the corner of 113th and 7th.
Not if they have a pool.
No, I understand not
Yeah.
if they have a pool, they
Yeah.
would have to fill in the
Yeah.
pool. But
Or fence it in.
that's what happened to the house on the corner of 113th and 7th Avenue.
Right.
They were forced because it was an unsafe structure to take it down. We have a green space.
If a person is
Their property, and just have it as the green. A perfect example is that one that we just had the last variance, where the property is completely empty. I don't think in that case, they're gonna have a building permit before that. I think if
Well,
they.
there's nothing to demolish.
No, but there was, now that there was.
Right here, Art, right next to Ginny, that empty lot.
On that empty lot, there was a building. Okay, so they demolished. Now
Right.
it's a complete empty lot. But if you're saying that, they have to have a building permit first before.
Okay, remember what I just said? That doesn't mean they have to build the house. You know, we're hoping that they do, because we lose revenue there. 'Cause- No, we're not, and we're not, and we're not. You're not, we're not doing that. But we also have lots here where we're not collecting money. Yeah. Well, we're collecting money on the lot, but not on a house that's on it. So it's the and or in there. And Valerie said that can be changed and they'll come back to us with something. But it's as simple as making a motion that there have to be amending that language in there that says there has to be, and I guess what we do is we say, Ed, the intent here, what we want is, we want there to be a building permit in order for them to get a demolition permit, and that enables them to get the construction fence, because this is all in the construction fence section. I think he wants to say something.
If they want to keep it empty, they don't need a building permit. If they want to just have the land just to be open, you're saying that they have to have a building permit first before
Yep.
they can have a demolition.
Yep.
Okay, well, what happens if they decide they don't want to build anything on it? They don't have to get a building.
Then they're gonna use it like they did on Fifth Avenue.
Yep.
As a storage for their.
Yeah.
The idea is
It's not.
To get a structure on it.
Yeah, the idea.
Dan, is to try to get people to build a home on a lot and not just leave an empty lot, because we don't collect taxes on, we
But
collect
they
taxes.
Well, we
own
do.
the property. You can't tell somebody that has property that they have to build something on it. If they have a house now, there's a consequences, like the lady in this
But
case.
then we can tell them they can demolish it. How about that?
Then you can't.
You guys
demolish
are
it.
having me until you're telling, you're telling people that they have to build something on their
Dan,
empty
we're
lot.
not telling them they have to build
Demolish.
in order to
No,
demolish.
no. Dan, you have to have a building permit before you demolish.
You don't have to build it.
You don't have to build on an empty lot. You just can't.
Dan,
leave
this
a
is an
half
effort.
Open structure.
This one is admittedly not perfectly resolving the issue, but it's taking a great stride towards, because what we're really talking about, and everyone that we can point to right now, that's a horror show, they are going to build something there. They're just taking years and years and years to do it, and using it for storage and making our village look like crap in the meantime. And we collect less tax revenue on it in the meantime. So we make less money and it looks like hell.
And pissing off residents in the.
Exactly.
Let's make a motion.
Okay, so I make a motion that we ask Ed to work on section 18.5.2, unless Ed, you decide it will be a different section altogether, that requires building permits in order to get a demolition permit
To build something.
to get a construction fence. That's the trigger.
To build something.
On a property that already has a house.
Right, if the house, they demolish the house, they have to get a building permit. I have no problem with that. Then they build the house. But they decide they don't want to put anything on the lot.
They don't have. they
We
don't
can't
have-
force them to
So
do
I
that.
want to make that clear. That's exactly.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
wanna
the
make that
motion
They
is-
clear.
can't leave a
I hope that they
half
do.
empty
I want to make it
structure.
clear that you're not forcing them to get a building permit,
Then a demonstration, then they gotta build something.
Can't force someone to do that.
Okay, well, I just want to be sure.
You can't. Okay,
Okay,
Because
That's
I
the
support
motion.
that.
I
Want me to
will
restate
second
it?
your motion.
okay, thank you, Judy. Say it.
We
All in
need a
favor?
consent.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm in favor of what I just said.
Okay.
Of the motion. You're in favor of the
Okay.
motion, Dan.
All opposed? 4, 0 against. The motion carries. I believe we have one more item on the agenda, and that goes to our village manager on the discussion of code compliance.
For clarification, I believe there's 2 items. Commissioner Kennedy wanted to talk about start times as well after. But to get into
Let's
to get into the code, to get
let's
into the
take
code
care of
enforcement discussion. This item was postponed in the main meeting because we didn't have enough time. So I just brought back the exact same item. I just changed the date on the memo. Since beginning about 6 months ago, one of the main components, whether when I met residents walking through the village prior to the employment, during the interview process, or even after, whether it's residents or this commission, code is, and the enforcement of code and making sure that we have a department that is working has always been near the top of concerns and getting it corrected. Since January that we've had both code compliance officers, they have done more cases in a matter of 3 or 4 months than previous code enforcement officers had in a year's time. However, because of that, there's been a large lax within code, and whether it's looking the other way or not really doing the job or whatever the case, not everybody was being treated equally when it came to code enforcement. So when we now try to enforce the various code provisions, the constant complaint that I know the code board gets and that I then get appeals for, whether it's before the code board hears it or after, or is, Mr. Manager, it's not fair because the person down the street from me, or there's 20 other properties or whatever the case may be, they're not getting cited. And that's not always the case. But it showed a trend for me. One that I thought it was important enough to start looking at how can we give that reassurance to the village and to the residents that everybody is being treated equally, and that people are not being singled out for whether they spoke up at a meeting or someone didn't like them or whatever the case may be. This idea was proposed by a resident, and I thought it was held a lot of merit, and I thought it was really, really good. I really liked this idea. So we sectioned off the village into different sections, about a block or so within each section. Nothing too crazy. It came out to about 40 different sections throughout the village, and you'll see a map within the backup as Exhibit A. The intent is for, first and foremost, everybody in the village will get notice as to code compliance is going to be going through the streets, and we're going to be paying particular attention to these areas. And we can start kind of estimating, listen, we're going to be here on this week, we'll be here on this other week, and we can do that. Now, apart from a blanket email and notification to residents, code would go a week or 2 weeks, whatever we want to kind of decide, prior to on that street, and let them know, hey, we're coming. These are the common things that we've been finding or citing residents for. Make sure you know and get your property up to speed, because the idea is for compliance, right? And so that will give everybody the opportunity. And when the concern is, you know, are they now citing me for a dirty roof because at the village commission I came up and I said to the manager I didn't like the color of his shirt, right? And so no, I was like, oh, okay, you know what? They are going, and everybody's getting the same treatment as we are getting, right? So I think this provides that kind of opportunity for the residents to have that accountability within the village, to be able to go through. So that is the intent of dividing the sections. It's really more of how, as a department, we want to move forward with, and how we want to kind of distribute that throughout the village. I thought it's important enough to bring to the commission because as they start going street by street, you as commissioners and the code board will definitely start seeing and hearing a lot more of why am I being cited, why am I being cited. So I thought putting this kind of out there now, getting your feedback, and then being able to move in a direction that we can would be the most prudent thing to move forward. Now, part of the memo that I wanted to do is we've had a lot of different discussions on a lot of different things. So I wanted to try to kind of consolidate into one box or one memo that we can kind of talk about with some type of process. Part of it was these reoccupancy certifications that became a little bit of an issue because of the market that we're facing. The market's on fire right now, and like I reported earlier in the commission meeting, we just got notification that our taxable value for properties as a village as a whole went up approximately like $11-12 million year over year. So that's great for us. That's great for individual property owners. With that, there's a provision within the code that's not mandated by the state, but it looks like for whatever reason, many cities followed, and it's almost word for word. So I'm assuming something was happening when these things were passed, that many cities said, okay, wait a minute, how can I guarantee that the property being assessed by the property value that is a 2-1 or 2-2 really is a 2-1 or 2-2, and it's not a unpermitted 5-bedroom, 3-bathroom house. And so this is a way that cities have gone forward to try to kind of regulate that and to make sure that we have the right records and the county is taxing correctly. Now, in our code currently, it does not allow for code to start an investigation based on these inspections. Our building officials will not do these inspections because they're not building, they're not a statute, it's not part of the Florida Building Code, so they're not doing it. It's up to our code department, which can, based on our code, is allowed to do it, but they're not allowed to start a new case. Now, it takes typically about a business day after inspection to do the paperwork and get the certificate over to the essentially the title company. This is a requirement usually within the closing of a house, and without it, they don't close. They're not really supposed to allow to close. So the idea was, well, what would happen if we now look at the property, apart from making sure that the zoning is correct, but if now the code officer does go and change and inspects everything, right? Inspect that, everything was done with a permit, verify that, the proper setbacks, make sure that whatever the case may be for those things, that everything is up to code, all inclusive essentially. That would do a couple things. One, it would add more time and more work on the staff. So it's not a one-day kind of turnaround or one business day type of turnaround. It probably takes several days, if not a week or so, to be able to do that, which could essentially suspend the sale of the property, which then comes into question if this isn't required by state statute on a purchase of a transaction. Then now you've cost me a bunch of money, I'm going to go after you. So are we adding more burden to it? Now, second part of it, or third, or whatever number I'm on, I apologize. Part of it is also making sure, whether it's this or even inclusive, the village will never give a guarantee on a property that the property is in good standing, in good shape. That's not what we're here to do, because then we essentially take on that risk where 2 years down the line, hey, you guys gave me a certificate saying everything's hunky-dory, and then the pipe burst because the pipe is old. Well, now that's your fault because you said it was in good standing, not mine. And so we start opening up a lot of doors and windows as to what we're able to do. Now, we could change the code to be more all-inclusive, but we need to be able to understand what that means in a state that does not require these things to be done prior to the putting the house up for sale. It's not common in any of the local cities or throughout the county. Could that put more liability on us? So I would not recommend moving in that direction, but it's definitely something that the commission can take a look at and doing. And then the third part of the conversation is, we have a lot of development within the community that may have been done without a permit, is very old, does not meet our code with regards to setback. Now, there is a non-conforming provision within our code that basically says, if you built it prior to 1993, and it does not meet our code when we now voted in 1993, it's okay. You don't have to tear it down. You can leave it as is. The day that it falls apart or you need to rebuild it or you need to renovate it, then you got to bring it up to code, right? But current code, right? But for now, if you're not touching it, you're fine. So we already have somewhat of a amnesty program, right? It's non-conforming. The county kind of takes it an additional step where you're able to get a permit, an after the fact permit, essentially. Now, this program is not intended to waive zoning requirement. I've never mentioned anything about that. It's not to eliminate the variance process. If the property needs a variance, they're going to have to go through the normal process. We're not here. Essentially, what the idea and what the county's program allows, which I think we should model, maybe not exactly copy, but we should at least model, would be to say, hey, look, if you have a structure, you did it without a permit, but for all intents and purposes, you could get it approved if you follow the right process. You can come in, go through the process, which is get the plans reviewed, get the structure inspected, and then get it all closed out. So at least that permit process has gone through. Then at least we can do that, put it onto the record, and they're not doing it with an additional fine and double permitting fees and things like that. It gives us an opportunity so that people can essentially self-report and say, hey, I want to take care of this and do it the right way. As opposed to now, we really don't know. Now, last week, the code board did meet, and I believe Roseanne forwarded their notes with regards, because they had a discussion as what should we do with regards to the amnesty program, and they had a lot of good points in there with regards to, maybe we should be looking from 2006 forward and limit some of the parameters. If we do end up moving towards an amnesty program, maybe it's between a certain amount of years, because the records probably aren't always that great prior to 2006. So there's no defined program. There's still a lot that would have to come in order to bring it to you to actually enact an amnesty program. But I think with a lot of the comments that the code board put together, this idea, I think it's at least worth exploring and then bringing back should we want to go towards an amnesty program. But essentially, that's all I wanted to is identify, look at how code can start being a little bit more methodical in their approach, so that we can, as we're going forward, we try to start eliminating some of the issues that the village has faced over the past several years. And that's basically it. So we got 8 minutes.
So this doesn't require the discussion issue.
Correct. It's just a discussion issue. Trying to put a lot of things together so that you all are aware, the community is aware. We'll do more outreach, obviously. But of course, anytime you start with with a program or you start heavily with code, you're gonna, as commissioners, you're gonna start getting a lot of feedback, maybe a lot of hate mail. I've already gotten it. It is what it is. And so I wanted to bring this to your attention so that you knew what could be coming, and to hear your thoughts to see if maybe there was anything that really caused concern of maybe before you do this, think about this step and maybe change gears. So it was more informational than anything else.
Concern that I have, and I already talked to the city manager about this, is that what happens to the duplexes that they have, let's say since 1990, he knows what I'm talking about, his specific resident, has built since 1993, which was supposed to be a storage, turned it into rental property, and has since 1993 been making a lot of money off that property because the village hasn't caught it. When the new owners come in and they're gonna get up to code, does the person that committed the thing get away with it? I mean, they basically get away with it, right?
Correct. The code violation stays on the property.
Do we have in when a person sells a property that they're supposed to come to the village to see if there's any user?
I think our attorney is trying to talk, so let's let him. Ed, I think, did I see you waving?
Yeah, I want to talk to the reoccupancy certifications. You know, the fact of the matter is that the only reason that you guys are requiring those is to ensure that there's no more than one dwelling on a single family lot, and there's no more than 2 dwelling units in 2 family dwelling zoning districts. So that's the only reason that we do the recertification. I strongly recommend against changing that to require people, you know, to have further inspections for code violations. I got a call on Friday afternoon from an attorney who's trying to buy a property here in the village. Knows that she needs a reoccupancy certification, and says that she's buying the property so that she can demolish it and build a new building on it. So it doesn't make any difference what code violations there are. If there are liens on the property, the title insurance company will certainly pick up on those liens, and they'll have to be satisfied before people can sell those properties. So, you know, no one's going to buy a property if there are liens on it that aren't getting satisfied. And I'm sure that most folks are going to do their due diligence to see if there are any other code violations that are pending out there before they purchase the property. So I would not change this reoccupancy certification provision to try and catch people in code violations.
I like that. Thank you, Ed. Appreciate it.
I do like that.
We extend the meeting to 11:30.
Okay, I can't do that. I have a medical procedure tomorrow morning. I am on the wire for 11:30 is the last I can eat or drink anything.
Okay,
So,
then may
I'm
I make
done.
a suggestion that I'm going to take this off as a second. This is a really, really big topic.
But
And I'm gonna,
It's only
and I'm gonna
discussion.
guess that there's gonna be, we're gonna have a lot of conversation here, but Mario wants us to discuss it. We can discuss it in 3 minutes. Unmute, sir. Oh.
It's echoing in my head. So Mario is asking us to discuss this, and we're not going to discuss this in the next 2 minutes because now it's our time to discuss it. And Judy has to leave, and I understand that. Mario, might we hold this conversation until July and hope that Ginny's here as well? And all this is so big that I don't want to have this conversation with 4 of us in 2 minutes. We can't do that. I just don't think it's giving respect to the topic. And Mario put an enormous amount of work into each one of these alone, Mario, is a very big thing. If it was only the amnesty program or only your precinct idea or only reoccupancy, there's a lot to dig through here. I think we should
Yeah, that's,
Hold it. I don't want to do disservice to what the work you put into this and rush us through something. But I have a question for you. Mario, you're not asking us for permission to do this. You're informing us and you want us to discuss it before you move forward.
correct. I'm not asking
So can
for permission.
Okay. So can you just kind of press pause on this until we bring it back to
Absolutely.
July and have the conversation?
Absolutely.
Okay. I think that's a better idea, guys. I don't want to give this short shrift.
And can we move it up in the agenda for July since we bumped it already twice for you?
We can move it to the first discussion item, yes.
Gotcha.
Okay.
All right.
I make a motion to adjourn.
It's over. Okay, then I'll bring I was gonna have a super quick conversation with you about the meeting time start time, but I'll push that to July as well. It was gonna be quick, but it's okay.
All right. So we have a motion to adjourn. Do we have a second?
Well, we have some announcements and things to make first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Can you correct the date of the Pride Parade? Because I said it wrong. Can you correct it when you read your announcements?
There was also a meeting that wasn't listed on there for the 10th of June. Roseanne?
Yes. The 10th of June was not
Hang on.
You mute yourself, please. Yes, the meeting of 10th of June was not included. But I can announce now. All right, next regular commission meeting will be Tuesday, July 6, 2021. We're gonna have a special commission meeting
Sorry.
We're gonna have a special commission meeting on June 10th, start at 6 p.m. On Thursday. That will be a Thursday. Planning zoning board meeting. They're scheduled for the 2 meetings of the month of June, which is June 7, June 21, 21st. Public art advisory board is scheduled for June 9. Biscayne Park Foundation has been moved to June 8. Code compliance board meeting is scheduled for May 10th. June 30th. And Parks and Parkway Advisory Board meeting is from June 24th, I believe. I would like to correct the Pride Parade. It's going to be on Saturday, June 12th. That's all for now.
That's plenty. Motion to adjourn, Judy. Second it.
Third, fourth, and fifth.
Good night, guys.